or go call.
Sure thing.
Assume John is not here tonight,
I'll be joining remotely. If you want to email it over to.
and I will send this all out electronically too. So. How are you, Brian?
So like I said, yeah, we're starting to hopefully see that light at the end of the 2025, 26, just calendar year budget cycle.
Just getting that done.
It was, yeah.
Accomplishment.
It will be a nice year.
Yeah.
I think there's an unequal weight distribution here tonight. But
No one wants to hang out.
Nobody wants to
really
sit
on
over
your
here.
side
He
of the
wants to
state.
hang out with the presiding officer.
well, something like that. All right. Chrissy, you let me know whenever we're ready, whenever you're ready as far as recording and broadcasting live.
We are recording and we're on Facebook.
Okay, well, folks, I think we just have a little less than a minute to go. And then we'll get started on time. I was a bit worried that we don't have quorum, but I see there are two other trustees joining us digitally. I believe Kate Ulzig will also be joining us digitally here, so we'll get started in about 30 seconds.
That's great. Oh.
All these issues.
I didn't mean to take all the oxygen out of the room. Feel free to talk for a few seconds here. I apologize.
So they all seem to be approved with the budget.
I think we did it.
Because Steve was talking about moving some of those items up.
Oh, gotcha.
All
All right, Chrissy, you're ready to go?
She's here.
Excellent. Well,
For a second.
let's get started on time. Welcome, everybody. The time is 7 o'clock. This is a meeting of our Village of Sherwood Hills Board of Trustee meeting. Today is November 18th in the year 2025. I believe I just stated that that's the time is 7 p.m. So welcome, everybody. Hello. Chrissy, to follow procedures and protocol, would you mind calling the roll on this one?
Yes. John Ines,
Present.
John, your sound is not working, but we see you're present.
Present. Did you hear me there?
Yep, it's still not working, but we see you're present.
that may be my setup. We might have to look at that. Carol Barford, your Dietmar Fasuna,
Present.
Bob Folk,
Present.
Virtual.
Is it?
Yeah.
Hold on, guys.
Just this.
Say something again, please.
Bob Falk is present.
Nope. Nope.
I'm unmuted.
People online can hear Bob.
John, do you want to try again?
Sure,
We're getting
Dietmar.
our sound figured out.
Yeah, my mic is
Try
working
shutting
just
it off.
fine.
Hang on,
I,
guys.
I can hear Bob just fine.
I think the audience can hear, but the meeting can't hear.
Gloria, can you hear John? Can you hear me as well?
I can hear Dietmar, I can hear Bob, I can hear John, I can hear Chrissy.
Thanks so much.
All right. Again.
This is John. Can you hear me, Dietmar?
Thank you. If we can hear you, John. Yep. And Bob, you?
Yeah, this is Bob. Can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine. All right.
Okay,
So
great.
still on the roll call, Shadman?
Here.
Well, it's not your turn yet. But yes, almost.
Eager beaver.
All right, so Chrissy, we confirmed that John is here, present, and we can hear him. Bob Falk, you're present and we can hear you. Next on the list.
Mark Letter,
Here.
Shabnam Lutfi,
Here.
and Kate Olsvik.
She did say that she was going to join, so perhaps she's going to join the meeting a little later. All right. So moving down the agenda here, we're on item number 3, approval of agenda. At this point in time, I would entertain a motion to either approve the agenda or do something else with it. And I want to preface this by saying, as we've worked on this before, this is an opportunity to perhaps align the agenda with expectations of today's meeting in a more streamlined fashion. So, Mark.
Yes, so I would like to move public comments after, which is item 6, down to item below item 7C1. So that would be after we present the village financial model.
So to restate that, line item 7C, Roman numeral 1, wants to move right after line item 5, and then we would go on with public comments and follow the rest of the board meeting agenda. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, well, if you would like to do the payment of bills and consent agenda before we get into the presentation, I don't care. So you would like to do the presentation before payment of bills, do it as the first item of board matters.
Correct.
Okay, I have no problem with that.
So for those that are following online and for those that are in the room, what Mark is proposing to continue with the order as it is before us on the agenda, items 3, 4, and 5 remain unchanged. The only, I guess if there is a second to all of this, the only thing that he's proposing is to move item 7C, Roman numeral 1, between items 5 and 6, in effect, just moving everything down. All right, and I see general head nodding, so people are following along here. Bob, your hand is up.
I will second that motion.
Great. Are there any other items regarding the agenda that either want to come off or stay on or be rearranged? Mark?
Did you want, does the board want to move some of the financial business up in the agenda? So we have, beginning with 7C3, discussion possible action of the sewer and stormwater rate increases. And those financial items continue through item 7, discussion possible action in the budget. Did you want those to occur earlier in the meeting? Would that expedite matters?
Brian, is there a benefit there that those need to be looked at together? All those items
They're all in
related and intertwined?
correlation to the budget.
Got it. Mark, I think I'm okay with the agenda. the way
Leaving
it's
as is?
set. Yep. leave it
I
as
thought
is. But
too.
again, it's to the body here, so Shabnam, go ahead.
Mark, I'm just wondering, do you want to hold off on public comment because you think everybody's here to hear about the finances?
No, I think my primary motivation was to get the village financial model before public comment so that it would allow the public an opportunity as well as the board to ask questions with respect to
Cool.
the financial planning.
Let's do it.
Okay, so we have a motion to rearrange the agenda as has been discussed. It was seconded by Bob. Are there any other comments on that or ready to vote on that?
This is
And the
Bob.
body. Yep.
This is Bob. I'd like to make a comment. I think that perhaps this is a discussion for later on about your changing the agenda, but I think some of the reports might, rather than at the tail end of our meeting, might be beneficial to the residents that are here early, to have some of those reports earlier than later in the agenda, maybe even before public comments, so they get a sense of what's going on regarding the village administrator's monthly report, the police chief, treasurers, whatever. Then they don't have to wait till the bitter end to get some of that basic information that seems to go by pretty quick. So that.
Understood, Bob, and you're right. That's going to be part of the conversation on what is right now Roman numeral 9 on the agenda, 7C9. Yes. Okay. All right, so let's put this to a vote. All those in favor for the motion as proposed and seconded by Bob, raise your hand. Great, so that passes. Thank you very much. All right, so that's approval of agenda. Statement of public notice. Chrissy, at this point in time, I get to ask you, has this meeting been properly, I apologize, has this meeting been properly noticed? Are we in compliance with the open meeting law?
The meeting was properly.
Thank you very much. All right, as far as procedures and orientations are concerned, thank you guys for those folks that are in the room today for joining us. And for those that are watching this later or watching through Facebook, welcome. Enjoy the ride. It'll be a good meeting today. So thanks for being here. Now, this brings us, Mark and Ariana, to you to go ahead of the public comment with your presentation as it pertains to the Ellers financial modeling. I think as you and I had talked about, you're gonna sit right here. Chrissy, I can join and share my screen. I'll get it shared for you.
Thank you.
I can share my screen and then folks can follow along with the presentation, as Ariana has got the hard copy here. It's also in the board packet, but again, for those that are online or watching this later. So I will start sharing my screen if you just give me a second to figure this out.
While you're doing that, Dietmar, just remind residents, this is a continuation of a presentation, an initial draft that was presented back in July of this year, and essentially is looking to do a long-term financial plan for the village. The current village financial planning consists of a one-year budget, which combines not only the operations for a single year, as well as capital projects for a year. Okay. We also do a 5-year capital plan. What this model does is we're trying to extend and integrate our planning. So instead of a one-year operating budget and a 5-year financial plan, we're talking about a 5-year operating plan. It's not a budget, but it's an operating plan. And also looking at a 5 to 10-year capital plan. So we're trying to look further out, and we're also trying to integrate in those future years, the operations as well as the capital planning. So this is something we've been discussing internally and discussing in the finance committee. That conversation will continue after tonight. It's not up for approval by the board tonight, but this is really the second installment of trying to do that planning. Anything, Brad, you need to add on
That
that?
was perfect.
Okay.
Steve, I have one quick question.
Please.
Did you do number 5, the procedures orientation?
I did.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ariana, with that introduction, the floor is yours. I'm on the presentation, your presentation, which is page 30 out of 150 of the board packet. So again, for those that are watching this online, that's where I am. And you tell me when you want to flip through different things.
Wonderful. Thank you for the introduction and thank you for having me tonight. Again, my name's Ariana Schmidt. I'm here with Ellers Public Financial Advisors to really talk through the updates that we've made to the financial management plan since July, of which the updates that you all have made to your 2026 budget will be reflected as well. And we use that kind of as the launching point to move forward into our projections. So we'll start by turning to page 2, the financial management plan summary. This is a slide with concepts you all have seen before.
I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to note that I'm here. Sorry, we're having some major internet issues. So
right.
I know you already did roll call. So sorry about that. I don't know. I just wanted to note that.
No problem, Kate. Noted. Chrissy will make note of it that you arrived here just a minute ago. So thank you for picking up. Seeing you. All right, Ariana, why don't you start again?
Yeah, no problem.
Build up
Happy to.
speed if you could.
Yes, absolutely.
Great.
So the summary page really just hits on why we're here, what a financial management plan is, which Mark introduced already, and you all have heard these points before. But just to kind of summarize, really what we're doing here is starting by looking at where the village has been historically, on the operating side, as well as your capital improvement plan and investment and your debt profile. So those are really the three key areas where we're going to focus in on looking backwards first to see where you've been, looking forward in your current budget planning, and using that as a foundation along with a variety of other assumptions to make estimates forward to show you a projection of where we anticipate the village to be. So one thing to note is as we talk about your levy, there are two components that make up your levy. You have the operating component, which is subject to levy limits in the state of Wisconsin, in which you can only increase your property tax levy by a certain amount subject to net new construction from the year prior. Additionally, you have a levy for your debt service. That levy is not subject to levy limits, and therefore you are able to levy as much as you need in order to pay for your general obligation debt service payments. So we'll talk about what that means as well, but that's really the foundation here. And then as we go, what our goal is to do is to really identify in advance proactively what your financial stress test looks like. So where are the pressure points before they happen where you're seeing a gap or a deficit? So that way you can plan accordingly for what strategies you can implement to either increase increase revenues, decrease expenses, or look at alternative options to address those problems that may occur in the future. So this is really a proactive planning effort, collaborative with staff. We've worked with Mark very closely as well as he's on the finance committee. And if you all have questions or comments, please feel free to jump in. So turning to page 3, overview of current initiatives. This just summarizes what I just alluded to in a little bit more detail. So key points we're going to hit on are your capital improvement plan, understanding that this is still a work in progress, that the village board has adopted a capital plan for 2026. So that is what you will see leveraged in the 2026 financing model. And thereafter, we've used the existing CIP provided to us by staff, understanding that that will change, but we wanted to show you based on the projects and estimated dollar amounts we have currently, what that would mean for your debt model and your debt service impact.
Ariana, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm getting hand signals from the audience that Fred is having a hard time hearing you.
Okay.
So you're doing a great job, but maybe if you project not only to this body,
Sure.
also this is your audience.
Absolutely.
The mic.
And maybe the mic would be
Yeah.
a piece to make it even more complicated.
Yes, I'm a little
Right.
short, so if we bring it down, that might help.
There
we go.
This is all, you do you here.
All right, how's that? Any better?
Fred, is that better?
All right, wonderful. All right, so moving on to the second point is our debt issuance. So based on that capital plan that we've alluded to, we then build out debt structure to be able to fund said capital projects. Again, we're using the 2026 CIP that was approved, and we're also looking at the 2025 financing that's currently in process right now from what we understand. So keep in mind the 25 and 26 are dollar amounts that have been approved and provided to us from you all. Thereafter, they are estimates based on placeholders in your capital improvement plan. The full CIP that I'm alluding to from 27 to 2030 is attached at the back of this packet for you all. So if you'd like to see those projects and the dollar amounts, you can dive in detail. But today we're looking at a high level overview of the impact. We're not trying to dive into each line item project because we're not looking for approval or anything like that, really just showing you the impact of those projects. In the future, we will also look to the utilities, water, storm, and sewer. We have not gotten there yet, but that is the next phase of this financial management plan. And then lastly, just kind of bringing everything together as I've alluded to and looking at what that means for those pressure points that we've identified and where to go from there. Slide number 4, these are the assumptions that are built into the model. We discussed these assumptions with you all back in July. They have not changed. So this is just to highlight some key assumptions that are built into the model. The model that you see for the projections is obviously only as good as those assumptions. So keep that in mind that those are variables that will change. This is not meant to predict the future accurately, but more so help you understand conceptually where the decision framework is for the items that you're reviewing in budgetary prep and planning for the go forward. So I'm not gonna go into these line by line, but if you have questions, I'm happy to talk through them further. Biggest one here I'll hone in on is that net new construction. Again, this is the limitation on how much you can increase your operating levy annually by. So you can see here that we're using an assumed a little over 0.5% of annual net new construction. That means about $13,000 to $14,000 per year that the levy can be increased. Now, keep in mind, inflationary increases to expenses often outweigh an additional $13,000 to your operating budget annually. So that is a large piece of why you will see pressure points in the projections. I will note, as you all are well aware, this net new construction is very low compared to the state. Dane County's average is about 2.4%. So as you can see, Shorewood Hills has a lower net new construction, meaning you're facing even more restraint on how much additional levy revenues you can generate to help offset those increasing expenses. So we will turn to slide number 5 here, taking a look at your general fund summary. Again, we do look about 3 to 4 years into the past, so you can see where your budget has been with your revenues and your expenditures. Now, these are actuals, not your budgetary values. So you will see, excuse me, historically, that your revenues and your expenditures are not balanced. That is typical. When you set your budget, you want to have a balanced budget with revenues equaling expenditures. However, the way that things play out, that's not going to be one-to-one. So you will see at the bottom here, we do have your unassigned general fund balance as well as your overall general fund balance, showing any increases year over year and where that comes from. It's largely due to the fact that your revenues have outperformed your expenditures historically. Therefore, you're incurring additional revenues to hang on to therefore increase your general fund budget. Much of that is going to your unassigned general fund balance as well, which is why you see that line item increasing the most over the last 3 years. Moving forward for the revenues, we hold many of your revenues flat with slight inflators because we don't want to over project your non-levy revenues. We want to make sure that they're accurate and conservative in the projections. And then your levy revenues, we have increasing based on your allowable levy increase of that net new construction we just talked to.
And Ariane, let me also catch up here and play a little dumb here. You're beyond the actual column now, right?
Correct.
And you're in not even the estimated, you're really looking forward into 2026, 2027, 2028, 29, so on and so forth. Is that right?
Correct. However, the 26th row, that is entirely updated to align with your budgetary numbers as they stand today.
So this here today is with the budget that's in front of us today.
Correct.
To talk about, assuming that, well, never mind, I'm not going to assume, but that's aligned in that sense.
Yes.
And then all these other items, 2027, 28, 29, 30 are projected.
You got it.
Great.
Spot on. Perfect. And then the expenditures in those years are where the inflator increases as shown on the prior slide are applied. So every line item expense in your budget has a code assigned to it. That code corresponds to an increase. For example, wages, I believe we have at 4% increase annually. So that is where those expense increases are coming into play. So this allows us to then look forward in those projections where all of those assumed increases put your expenditures versus your revenues. And that tells us, can your allowable levy increase keep up with those increasing expenditures or not? And if not, what does that mean for your future planning? One other thing that I have a note on in here is prior to 2024 budget year, your general fund levy included your debt service levy and your small capital levy. We did speak to this last time, but just to highlight that, your revenues, for example, from budget year 2023 to budget year 2024 did not decrease by $1 million. That is due to the allocation of funds. So now the village budget's a little bit more transparently where you can see clearly what your debt service levy is, what your small capital fund levy is, and what your general fund levy is. So just keep that in mind historically that is an allocation, not an actual drop of $1 million in revenue.
Very good point.
Ariane, let me just point out as well, or maybe you could explain, in 27 through 30, we have balanced budgets. You're presenting balanced budget.
Correct.
We know what the reality will be very different, but for the discussion here, they're balanced. And if I'm reading this correctly, it's showing that the change in the year from the prior levy, which is down towards the bottom, for instance, in 2027, it shows a 4.53% increase in the levy. So the way this is working, as I understand it, is you're raising the levy, whatever amount is necessary in order to achieve a balanced budget, regardless of whether that runs into conflict with levy limits. So if we're only able to increase our levy by say 1% or $10,000, as you talked about before, this 4.53%, we would need something special to make that happen, like a referendum or other special events, because otherwise we can't close the gap. And then in future years, you've got 2.8, 5.1, 4.9. So it's not just a one-year problem, it's a continuing problem, which for modeling purposes, you've solved by just raising the amount of taxes regardless of the levy limit.
Correct. Yep, exactly. And that's done strategically so you can see what it takes to balance your budget. And then a few slides later, we'll show what that means in terms of a deficit as to how much you can actually raise your levy to versus where you need your levy to be to meet this balanced budget.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is that pure just for the operating expenses, or it's inclusive of the capital improvements? Is it combined? It's like, what if we were to not do capital improvements?
Yeah, so this is including small capital that you've levied for in the past. Any capital projects that you're funding by debt is separate. So you have your debt service levy that is supporting capital investment that you're borrowing for. That is not a part of this. That is not subject to levy limits. And you can raise your levy as much as you need to make those debt service payments. So that is separate. This is just operating
Just
small
operating.
capital.
Some tea that's really good for your immune system.
Cynthia,
You're gonna go where?
Unmuted yourself. Cynthia, thank you. Bob, I saw your hand was up for a second as well. Do you have a question for Ariana?
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, Ariana, next slide.
All right, we will proceed. Slide number 6, we're going to start by talking about your debt profile, where it stands today, before incorporating the 2025 borrow that you're working through right now. So this is everything through year end 2024. So the way that this is structured on the left-hand side is your total general obligation debt payments that the village has to make on an annual basis before any new debt is added. Now, your general obligation debt is backed by your authority to levy. However, you do have other sources that we call abatements that are paying into your debt service. So your utilities, your pool fund, and two of your tax increment debt districts are paying towards your general obligation debt service payments. So after netting out those other sources, that's where we get to that column called net tax levy. This is how much you are levying to pay for your debt service payments on an annual basis. For 2025, that number was $1.1 million. Now you will see in 2026, that drops substantially by about $600,000. So that is part of why you are issuing more debt right now, because what you want to achieve is a level net debt service levy. So your taxpayers and your community can expect to see a level impact to the debt service levy on an annual basis. The reason that there are drops built in is so you can layer in new debt when you need to fund new capital projects and you need to borrow more money. Obviously, this year is quite a bit of a larger drop than future years. So that is something that is why you are working on a borrowing plan right now, so you can make that levy impact at a level impact rather than a substantial drop and then borrow more the next year with an increase. So really avoiding that roller coaster of a levy change. So nothing we can change here. This is where it stands today. Everything moving forward now is hypothetical, again, based on a variety of assumptions. First thing that you'll see built in here, I'm sorry, could you go to slide 7? Thank you.
Yep, no problem. And I understand that there's quite a lag between what I'm seeing on my screen and by the time it comes up there. So I
Okay.
apologize if I make you guys dizzy, but that's the function of where we are right now.
All right, so first impact will be the addition of the 2025 financing that's in progress. From the plan we've been provided, we understand that this debt will be repaid not only by the levy, but also by water revenues as well as your pool fund revenues. So those dollar amounts, that structure is based on the plan in progress. No changes have been made. 2026 financing, the entire issue that we have shown is again based on the CIP you all just approved recently. The entire plan is supported by the levy. One note here is you will see a pool portion built in. However, given the state of the pool revenues fund balance and ability to repay the debt, that pool portion of the debt is planned to be levied for because there are not substantial revenues to make those debt service payments. So that is one addition as well. You will see all debt in 26 funded by the levy. And then thereafter, we do have additional debt obligations built out from 2027 through 2030, again, based on the CIP attached at the end of this. Do not worry about focusing on those line items, more so focus on the bigger picture of if we borrow this amount on this schedule over these years, this is what the impact is. Those are the movable objects we can work with you all on and that you can see to help you make decisions as to what projects do you want to budget for in your next CIP. So that's a large benefit of having a longer 5-year CIP rather than a 1-year CIP. So you can make proactive decisions as to if we want to execute this project in 2 years, what is that impact to our debt service levy? Rather than having to say, oh, we have an emergency going on, we have to fund the street project that we put off for 10 years, and now the tax impact is what it is. So it gives you a more proactive approach for capital investment planning. So there's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes that get to this, but this is really the meat of it to understand what is the impact of all of those additional financings from 2025 through 2030. So on the left-hand side in blue, that is your existing debt profile. That is the same thing we just looked at 2 slides ago, where you see your levy for 25 was 1.1 million. It's dropping down to just under 500,000 in 2026. Now, if you take that 2026 line and go all the way to the right to about 2/3 of the way over, you'll see where we have layered in new debt to arrive at that tax levy of 1.1 million rather than 448,000. So now you can see that change is about an additional $43,000 from 2025. So rather than your debt service levy dropping by 600,000, it's increasing slightly by about $43,000. Now, typically when you issue debt, your first principal and interest payments are not due until the following year. However, when you have new money, you're going to have new interest. So there's typically going to be a little bit of an increase on the year that you issue debt. So that's why you see it going up by about $43,000. So with that in mind, the way that we've structured all of the future obligations is to try to maintain somewhat of a level increase year over year, slightly increasing each of those years, working our way upwards. So rather than holding it flat, having a bigger increase in the future, we've slightly increased it by about an additional $10,000 per year. So you can see in total that levy goes up by about 56,000 in 2027, and it goes up about 69,000 in 2028, and so on until the planning period ends in 2031. Thereafter, we do have a drop built in so that way you have room to issue new debt at that time, because just because the capital plan ends here doesn't mean you stop needing to invest in your capital plan. So those negative numbers starting in 2032 and beyond are purposeful to allow room for new debt to fund new capital projects at that. So these are the strategic items that we've worked with staff and the finance committee on to really make sure that your goals and objectives are met. Now, again, this is not committing you to issuing this debt. This is not committing you to that tax impact. This is showing you in order to fund this amount of capital projects, what that's going to take from a debt service levy. One other thing I'll point out before I pause for questions. In the light orange on the left-hand side, those first 6 columns you see, 2025 GO notes, 26, 27, and so on. That first number there is showing you the par amount of the projects to be funded in each of these issues. So those numbers I alluded to earlier are all highlighted there for your reference. So again, these are numbers that will change depending on what CIP you approve and execute. This is really just a summary to show you where that could put you based on the current plan right now. I will pause there for any questions that you all may have.
Board members? Shabnam?
I'm not sure what, well, I don't know how to say this. Like if the taxpayer has, the goal of levying taxes is to make it and take out debt, even if you don't know what you're going to spend it on, is because you don't want people to have a roller coaster for their payments. So why does, and we don't know, and we know, so what is the point of this? That's what my question is. I don't know what the point is.
Yeah, so it's that way you could help make strategic decisions on how much you plan to issue debt for on an annual basis in advance. So you could structure that debt so that way you have that level impact. So if you don't know what you're going to issue for debt until late in the year, like right now, you're kind of at the point where we have a $600,000 drop. We've got to issue debt so that we don't have that big of a drop in our levy. We don't know exactly what we're going to do with it. Let's issue the debt. We'll find a way to spend the money. That's the reactive way to go about it. If we flip the script and you know what your tax impact goals are, you know what you want your tax impact to look like, you can plan accordingly to figure out how much money you want to borrow and what projects to fund prior to issuing that debt.
So
Yeah, another
I
way to
think,
look at it, maybe just think about it as a homeowner, decide you want to go and buy another house, okay? And then the question is, how do you want to finance that house? Do you want to put a mortgage on it? Do you want a 5-year mortgage? Do you want a 10-year? You're trying to optimize the financing on that.
but we already have a 5-year plan. Maybe it's not an approved 5-year plan, but we have a 5-year plan and we always have had it. So I guess what I'm really saying is like, I don't see the added value. The issue we have is we can't figure out what we want to spend on. Even if we write it on paper, we might change our minds later, but that's not going to change. No matter how much planning we do in advance, we may or may not do that project. I think there's a level of unpredictability that this is not changing because I think we're already doing this.
Yeah, and we have that capital improvement plan built in. That's where this came from. But what I will say is what's actually being executed versus what's in that plan is very different. The goal of this is to help close that gap. So you can plan accordingly with that CIP and execute based on the CIP.
So you would recommend that we pass a budget for 2 years or 3 years?
No, not at all. It's a capital improvement plan that you would revisit on an annual basis. So you would have that 5-year plan built out and then really looking in the near term at what you plan to execute for the following year. And then at that time, that's when you plan for the debt you plan to issue to fund those projects. And then that following year is when you execute and actually spend down those funds.
Shabnam, good?
We're good.
All right, Bob, I see your hand is up. Can you jump in with your question?
Yeah, thank you, Dietmar. I assume that this is just a tax impact and does not take into account our TIDs. And by that, I mean, we're not assuming that any income from the TIDs would affect taxes, but they would be used for other purposes.
So in your existing debt profile, there is a portion of the debt that is paid for by tax increment. That is correct. So that is all the items in blue. What you see remaining is the dollars owed to your debt service payments after tax increment is paying their portion. For the future.
So that after 2030, then you are accounting for the increased income for the TIDs.
I think Bob, what you might be intertwining here is, right now Ariana is focused on the debt for capital improvements. And what you might be alluding to is the juice that will happen once TID 3 closes on the operational side of things, on the operational.
Right. I
budget.
guess that's what I'm trying to distinguish is the TID income will come into the operational side, not that it won't affect the debt side.
It does, but you're after the additional juice that will come in once TID 3 closes on the operational budget.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Ariana, but the schedule is only of levy debt. Okay, so all the debt you're talking about, Bob, the debt that's in the TIDs, the debt that's been allocated to, say, the pool or the utilities, that's non-levy debt. Those enterprises are supposed to, and the TID districts service their own debt. Okay, so we don't levy for them. So this is really just looking at the burden that the debt imposes on the residents that have to be satisfied by resident property taxes, as opposed to debt that's serviced from the revenues of the enterprises or the TID itself.
Okay.
And that will be the case for the next 5 years. And once the TIDs dissolve, then that property tax revenue comes into the village. That what we call the increment comes into the village. And that could be used to service general debt at that point in time.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
All right, seeing general contentness, Ariana, why don't you move on here? We've got no, it's not time for public comment or questions right now. This is a matter in front of the board, but you're welcome to share comments during the public comment period.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. All right, Ariana.
All right, looking at slide 9. So one other item to talk about is your general obligation debt capacity. So the village is restricted, as is every other community across the state of Wisconsin, to how much general obligation debt you can have outstanding at a time. That limit is 5% of your total equalized value, TID in and TID out. So what you see here on the left-hand side showcases where the village is at currently with your existing principal outstanding. So starting even back to 2024, you can see the village had $12.7 million outstanding in principal for general obligation debt. That is roughly 26% of that 5% statutory debt limit. So on the right-hand side, now we've shown you with incorporating the new debt, as well as your existing debt that matures, where does that put the village in terms of capacity? So we have 2 columns on the far right, one in light orange and one in dark orange. First, we'll look at the one on the left in the light orange. This is the limitation according to the statutory maximum 5% of your equalized value. You can see year over year, even with layering in new debt, your capacity is dropping off. The highest that you get is in 2027 at 27% of that maximum. The reason that as you issue new debt, it's still dropping off is because you have existing debt maturing. So existing debt matures, you have new debt coming on, and overall it's a very relatively balanced impact. So this is a healthy position to be in. Now, one other thing we're going to talk about in a couple of slides is, should the village have some sort of a more restrictive internal policy on how much general obligation debt is recommended to be outstanding? So one thing we've discussed with staff, and I believe the board has discussed in the past, is more of a best practice is to try to stay at about 3.75% of that statutory limit rather than 5%. So this would be a self-imposed restriction that limits you from going all the way up to that maximum. There's 2 big reasons why that's important. One, rating agency, this is something they look at. Typically, they don't want you to use more than 75% of your capacity. 2, if you were to have an emergency and you're right up against your capacity and you have no funds to fund an emergency project and you need to issue debt, you need to have that residual capacity to do so. So really what we're showing here is a best practice. This is not a policy today. However, this is something that you could look at if you wanted to implement any sort of a more restrictive debt management policy in terms of how much debt the village can have outstanding at a time. As you can see, even with that more restrictive capacity, the closest that you get to your maximum is 36% in 2027. So it still gives you about a residual amount of $25 to $30 million in residual debt issuance. So still a healthy position to be where you would have an opportunity to issue more debt while being compliant with your own internal practice. So next couple of slides are just going to talk a little bit more about debt metrics. First one on slide number 10 here looks at your one debt policy that you do have in place today. And with this capital plan that we've shown, it tells us, are you maintaining compliance? Because the biggest thing with having debt policies internally is rating agencies, your bond counsel, investors, really what they're focusing on is that you're complying with your own policies. Of course, you have to comply with your statutory policies, but if you impose your own policies, you have to maintain that compliance. Otherwise, you're out of compliance, and that does have a negative impact, especially on your rating. So one policy that you have in place is that the amount of your levy supported debt as a percentage of your general fund revenue will not exceed 25%. Now that is looking at your net debt, meaning excluding those abatement sources, excluding the utilities portion, the tax increment financing portion, just what you're levying for debt service must be within this compliance. So as you see here, 24, 25, 26, you are right up against that 25% benchmark. As we implement that new debt from 27 and beyond, you get just barely over in 2030. But again, these are based on estimated numbers, assumptions, so that's not too much of a cause for concern. All that to say, the total amount of debt we have shown as issuing, we would not recommend you exceed that if you want to maintain this policy. So that is another reason why planning for your CIP in advance is important, because if you know that you want to do a $10 million project in 4 years, but you also are planning to do this project and this project and this project leading up to it, are you going to compound on your debt and over exceed where you want to be in terms of debt outstanding? So those are the strategic decision framework that we really want you to use this model to help make those decisions on an annual basis. The next slide talks about a couple other financial benchmarks that you could adopt. Not that you have to, just wanted to show you a couple of options. The first one here is that general obligation debt capacity we just talked to on the prior slide. So I won't go into that again, but that's just restated here if you would like to read it again. And then another policy that one of our other communities we work with has is really a policy on your equalized tax rate for debt service, not to exceed a certain dollar amount per thousand. So this is just another way to ensure that you're not increasing your debt service levy too quickly or too much to negatively impact your rate or taxpayers. $1.75 is about 35 cents above where your maximum tax rate gets with the plan that we have shown you. So that gives you a healthy cushion where if you need to go above and beyond the debt service plan that we have shown, you would have room to do so while still maintaining compliance with this policy. Biggest thing here is you want to avoid being too restrictive because again, you want to comply with any policies you do implement. The other big thing here is while debt policies, financial benchmarks are important and helpful, you also need to ensure you understand what your capital investment need is. Because if you need to do an urgent large street project and doing that project is going to put you out of compliance with one of your own policies, that policy may not be serving you to its best of its ability because that street project may be more important at the end of the day. So it really comes down to managing your capital investment plan, managing your needs of your future capital investment, and weighing that against where you restrict yourself in terms of your debt management. Any questions on the debt piece before we dive into the levy impact a little further, incorporating the operating piece?
Go on.
All right. Slide number 12 and slide number 13 go hand in hand. Slide number 12 takes a look back at the last 5 years, all the way up to your latest budget year of 2025. On the top portion here, we've really got it divided into three buckets. Your general fund, which is mainly your operating levy. In the past, you have levied for a small capital fund, roughly 30 to 40,000 over the last 3 years. Both of those buckets are what make up your total operating levy subject to levy limits. So we call out your debt service levy separately again, because this number is based on what your actual levy for debt service is, and that is exempt from your levy limits. So that gets us to your total property tax levy, which at the end of the day is what your taxpayers are going to see on their tax bill. So all of these pieces and these restrictions that go into the different buckets are important for your decision-making framework, but that ultimately derives where your tax bill is going to be for the village's portion on the taxpayer's tax bill. So as you can see here on an equalized value basis, your equalized tax rate has been declining year over year, which is a common practice we're seeing, especially with the large increase in equalized value or fair market value. Fair market value across all communities in the state of Wisconsin are increasing much quicker than we've seen before. So that is largely the reason why your equalized tax rate has been declining. One note I do want to make here is for this sample $900,000 value home, keep in mind that that $900,000 is not the same every year, right? The fair market value of your home is increasing every year. So this is showing if that value is $900,000 every year, what your tax bill would be. In reality, as that home value goes up, you're going to see this tax bill go up as well. But this is just trying to show you apples to apples on an annual basis, what that impact looks like. So this catapults us then into our projections on slide 13, starting with the actuals for what happened in budget year 2025. Next, looking at what you're planning right now in budget year 2026. And then budget year 2027 and beyond is all projected based on those varying assumptions that we talked about earlier. So I'm going to focus your attention onto the 2026 budget column, because that's the year that you're in right now. That's the budget that's before you later on tonight. You will see the small capital fund has been removed. That does not mean that you don't need to fund the small capital fund. It just means you're up against levy limits. And in order to make things work, we've lumped it all into general fund. So if you are going to fund any of that.
Cynthia, unfortunately, your phone is unmuted again. If you could mute yourself, that would be great. Thank you.
So there is a portion of your general fund that is funding your small capital fund for 2026. However, thereafter, we are no longer calling out a separate capital fund levy. Again, because you are getting so close to where your levy limits allow you to increase your levy. So part of that CIP that you see for the future incorporates some additional capital projects into the financings rather than levying for it. Because when you issue debt, you can then levy as you need for it. If you levy for it under your operating levy, you are restricted by how much you can do so. So that is a big change I did want to point out. The other item I'll bring your attention to is for the debt service levy. You'll see there are two lines. One is your existing debt service levy that is prior to issuing any new debt. And then the proposed debt service levy, which is the impact of the new debt service that you see in the capital planning that we've talked through. All of those buckets are what gets us to that total property tax levy. Now, as Mark mentioned earlier, when we looked at the future 2027 and beyond, we had a balanced budget. So the amount that you see in your general fund levy is what's necessary to balance your budget. When we balance your budget, that very bottom line, that shows us the levy limit gap that's as a result of that. So in order to maintain compliance with the levy limits, again, you can only increase your levy by so much. You would need to reduce your general fund levy in 2027 by about 92,000 in order to achieve your allowable levy equaling your actual levy on an operating scale. So this is where we start to identify, okay, as we look at this stress test, we can see there's a deficit starting in 2027. That deficit does increase year over year. Biggest reason for this is if you remember, your levy is only increasing by about $13,000 per year. Based on all of those assumptions we have built into your expenditure forecast, your expenditures are going up by quite a bit more than 13 to 14,000 per year. Hence why your projected deficit is going up, or it's going more negative, I should say, year over year, because as in reality, your expenses are going up, the levy revenue is not keeping pace. So this really helps bring it to your attention in advance so you can start making decisions now to help plan for when that occurs. One thing that you can consider is going to referendum. And I know it's not a topic anyone likes to hear. Unfortunately, many more communities across the state are having to go to referendum in order to maintain operating services, or they're facing service cuts, whether that means elimination of staff, public service offerings, whatever that may be. So while you're not there yet, and there are strategies put in place for this year's budget, for example, that helped you get to that point you needed to be, it is something you want to think about in advance, because a referendum does take time to plan. So while we're not recommending a referendum immediately, we do have some slides built in here that talk about the planning process. So you're equipped to make that decision when the time comes. So you're not scrambling at the last minute saying, oh my gosh, we have to go to referendum now. What do we do? It gives you time to think about what goes into that planning and when should we consider going to referendum.
Mariana, I'm gonna pause you right there. Bob, you had your hand up earlier and you took it down again. Were you going to ask how many times the word levy was going to be used today? Or was that your question?
Yeah, I was keeping count. I think it was 1,364. No, I was just going to say, I assume that the $3,600, $3,444 taxes on a $900,000 house, just to make sure everybody understands. I think that is the village portion, right? It's not your total taxes.
Correct.
It's what we receive as income from the residents' taxes. Is that not correct?
Correct. This is just the village portion, so
Yeah.
does not include any other jurisdictions.
Right.
The other thing I'd just like to point out too is that I believe in 2026, we had a shortfall in 2026, even though you're showing us projected levy limit gap of 0. And the reason we achieved that is we took some money out of the unassigned fund balance and we used it to pay for expenses.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a rainy day fund, if you will, also known as a working capital fund, also known as the unassigned fund balance. Okay? So it's a savings account. It's out there. It's for purposes of managing our working capital. It's for emergencies and so on, but it can also be used to plug some gaps on a short-term basis between our revenue and expenses. And in fact, that's the budget before us tonight to approve. Is it uses some of that fund balance rather than going to referendum, rather than cutting expected expenditures. So our problem is that's not sustainable. Okay, because we have this structural gap between, if you will, CPI, what the cost of living is each year, and the amount that we're permitted to raise under levy limits was this next new construction. And historically, that's been well below the running inflation rate. So we can do some things in the short term to kind of plug the budget, but in the longer term, these structural problems will have to be dealt in another way, which is either to raise the levy limit through, say, a referendum, or to find other revenues to increase the revenues of the village, like development along University Avenue or something of that nature, or decrease our expenses in some way, or some combination of all of the above in order to continue to be able to achieve a balanced budget going forward.
And the only thing I'll add about the unassigned fund balance use is that is something rating agencies look at, because from their eyes, you shouldn't have to use unassigned fund balance in order to help pay for operating costs. They really want that to be for, like Mark said, capital investment or emergencies. So while it is a solution, it may have an impact on your rating. That doesn't mean they're going to immediately downgrade you because of it, but it is a factor that they will look at every time that you are rated.
And I think the only reason we're supporting it, or I'm supporting it, going forward this year is because it is currently above our range. So we have a target range for that unassigned fund balance, okay? But it turns out that the unassigned fund balance is above that range right now. So I'm not too concerned now that we'll get dinged for it, but you're absolutely right. If we bring that fund balance below our target range, that will certainly show up on the credit agency's radar, and it will cost us more to borrow money. We'll still be able to borrow. It just becomes more expensive.
All right, before we move on, John, I see that your hand is up. You have a question for Ariana?
I do. Thanks, Dietmar. Ariana, you mentioned the credit agency, the way they look at, how we use our checking account or our fund balance. The last 3 years we projected negatives, when we did our budgets, and we've been net positive. So I think we've added 500 to 600,000 to our fund balance. It's at a historic level. Do the credit agencies take that into account at all?
They do, yes. They'll look at the whole picture. So it's definitely something that they'll factor in. They understand the levy limits in Wisconsin as well. So that's also something they factor in. And that's most likely why you haven't been downgraded, even though that's been a strategy leveraged. So.
Thanks so much.
All right. Ariana, is it conceivable to get you wrapped up in the next 10 minutes?
Absolutely. We are almost done.
Let's push for that.
Yep.
Great.
The last few slides here are really just to highlight some key points on referendums. I'm not going to read through slide 14. That's just reference material for you. I think you all understand why you would need to go to a referendum at this point. So I'll try to skip through that just to keep things a little bit quicker here. Looking at slide 15, one thing I just want to note is that you can bring a referendum to any election. It's just dependent on the year as to which elections you're able to do so. So school board elections, for example, you can only do so in odd years. There are very, very important items that must be met according to statute. The question must be written in a very specific manner. The resolution must be passed by you all. The resolution must include the exact amount that you are requesting taxpayers to increase the levy beyond levy limits by. And then they also have to state if it's a one-time increase or an ongoing increase. Meaning, is it one time just that you need that additional revenue 1 year for one purpose, or is it an operating increase where we're going to need this additional levy annually going forward in order to sustain operations? A couple of other things to note is that in terms of what goes on the ballot, it is not user-friendly. It has to follow statute. The question must be worded a very specific way, and it is typically not a way that is easy for a reader to understand quickly when they're at the ballot. So this is part of why we recommend you do a lot of communication strategy with your taxpayers in advance, so they know before they get to the ballot, are they voting yes or no, and why? Because if you're relying on them just reading the question at the ballot and hoping they understand it and that they support it, it's not going to be successful. So that's really crucial, making sure that you understand the purpose behind it and you convey that to your residents. Lastly is the calculation for how much are we requesting and why. That is something we can definitely help you with as a part of this financial management plan. We can help you determine what that dollar amount should be. Biggest thing here is you have to use your last year's actual net new construction to determine what your amount above and beyond the levy limit is. This becomes important in terms of timing for when you decide to go to referendum. Biggest one would be if you decide to go to referendum in November, your net new construction values come out in August. So this year, for example, your values that were effective 1/1/25, you did not know until August 15th of 2025. If you had wanted to go to election in November, the information required is due at the end of August. That means you have 2 weeks from the time you find out that net new construction to when you have to determine the amount that you want to go to referendum for. So the November election is the most challenging to do in terms of turnaround for approval. So on the next slide, we have timelines for 2026 in terms of the 4 elections that you have the opportunity to go to referendum for. and the deadlines in which you would have to have the question and the dollar amounts determined by. So you'll see on the far right-hand column, that's the November election I was referring to, and that quick 2-week turnaround. Otherwise, all of the other elections throughout the year show you the timeline that would be required. So if you were looking, for example, to go to referendum in February, you would have to have this all determined by December 9th. So again, you want to allow yourselves time not only to decide when we go to referendum and why, but to gather the calculation and to educate your residents on why we need the referendum and help them to understand when they make their voting decision. So with that, I will just kind of wrap up here, open it up for questions. Biggest thing is just, this is a work in progress. This is not a set it and forget it, never touch it again, because it's only as valuable as the actuals and the projections that change update. So you want to make sure your capital planning is updated, your financing plan is updated, you're planning proactively for all of those things. And then we can help showcase to you what that tax impact is, what your levy projection gaps will be, and help you to really make that decision prior to getting to the point of execution. Next portion of this FMP workshop would be to come back to you all with utility cash flows to help you make a longer term plan for where your utility revenues need to be. Understanding there is an agenda item on sewer and storm tonight. That is just based on current state. This is more for next year, what we'd be looking towards. So I will pause there or turn it over to you all for questions and comments.
Q&A, guys.
Yeah, the one thing I would just add is there's a lot of focus here on the referendum. But that's largely, in my mind, a function of the fact that the timeline to do it properly is so long and the windows are so narrow that if we were to consider that option, we really have to think about it in advance. That's not to say it should have any more importance than finding other sources of revenue or reducing expenses or anything else the village might consider, any of the other options we might have. But this is just sort of the most difficult one to execute in some ways. And so that's why it appears so prominently. I think that's just something to keep in mind.
Mark, what I would like you to do for those that are interested is to lay out an opportunity to review this information again through the process of sitting with the finance committee, which meets Monday, I guess the 4th Monday of the month.
Yes, we will meet next Monday.
Explain those that are watching and those that are in the audience that are really interested in this, what this next meeting looks like and the meetings thereafter.
Yeah, so I think we're taking this one step at a time. So we'll bring this to the finance committee next Monday, the same presentation, but perhaps giving the finance committee an opportunity, a little more than perhaps public comment provides for tonight, time to question about this and to strategize about the means of closing the long-term gap or managing the financing cost. So, and then it will probably then come back to the board again, whether it's in December or January, just as we continue to update the model and kind of talk about the process and what our options are, whether some options are rising to the top and other options are maybe falling off. So we will just be going through that. It'll be kind of a continuous until we find, and I don't know that we can, any kind of permanent solution to what is a structural problem that not just the village has, but virtually every other community has, unless the community is Verona, which is expanding so much and has so much capital investment that they don't have quite the same issues, but virtually everybody else does. So I think that's the plan kind of going forward.
All right, I'll scan the Carol, please.
Yes, thanks. So this is great to have everything integrated this way. And to me, one of the strengths of having a model like this is that you can take your financial management plan assumptions and change them to see how different could the projection look. You know, where could the surprises be? Is it in wages? Is it in state shared revenue? You know, so where do you think most municipalities like ours find the surprises in their model if something changes?
Yeah, good question. I think net new construction is the biggest one. It's hard to project. The 0.5% is the best estimate that we've used, but as you can see year over year, that fluctuates quite a bit. So that is one big one. The other one I would say is insurance. Health insurance particularly, a lot of communities have seen close to 15-20% shocks come in.
Yeah, I would note that we've seen 10%
Yep.
this year.
Yep.
And not, you know.
Right.
5.
So obviously, if we increase that, it will make the deficit further. So that was kind of just a strategic decision made with staff and conversation to show you where it's at on a conservative level. But we could definitely show you what it would look like if we increase that, as it likely will.
And while we're on that page, I see economic change appreciating at 4.4. Could you please explain to us what, is that our assets appreciating or?
Yeah, so it's your equalized valuation. So
Okay.
the value of the community, that is based on a discounted average. So the community has been appreciating at a level higher than that. It's meant to show you on a conservative level. So if that increases more than we think, that'll impact things too.
Thanks.
All right, any other board members' questions for Ariana? All right, John or Bob, you guys are, Kate, I can't see you, so I'm not sure if, there you are.
I'm
I
good,
guess you're
thank
up
you.
there. Okay, got
Yeah.
it. Okay, well, thank you for joining us. Thank you for this wonderful presentation and the information. I guess if there are residents that have questions for you, perhaps you'll stick around a couple of minutes. You guys can talk out in the hallway. If not, Mark would be a good source and point of contact for members or constituents that have questions on what we just went through. So, thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you. Would you like me to stick around for public comment?
If you would, the
Yeah.
audience probably has some questions, maybe about this, obviously on other issues as well. I guess I would just ask the residents, if you have questions for Ariana, to ask them now. She doesn't have to hear all the other comments. And then we can let her go for the evening, but she will be back on Monday. If you all have further comments, questions, whatever, in the finance committee meeting at 7 o'clock on Monday night.
So, Mark, just to put a different frame around this,
Yeah.
I guess to follow format here, the public comment period is just that, a public comment. If there's specific questions that members have for Ariana, perhaps we'll stick around and you guys can have a conversation out in the hallway or something like that. I think that's the right format here, because this is not a public meeting. It's not noticed as a public meeting or public portion of the meeting for Ariana. It's an opportunity for board members to ask questions of Ariana. So that's how I see that now. Anything to add? Nope. Okay. Great. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ariana.
Thank you.
Chrissy, I stopped sharing my screen, and then that gets us to item, I guess it used to be item 6 here. It still is item 6, and that's the public comment period. So this is an opportunity for members of the public, not only that are in the room here today, but also available online, to ask and provide provide comments to the board. I will ask you to keep your comments to 4 minutes. I will time those comments to 4 minutes. When we're coming up on 3 minutes and 30 seconds, I will raise my hand, and I'd like you to wrap up your comments within those 30 seconds. Now, as I mentioned at the last board meeting that we had, this was the budget meeting specifically. If there are additional comments that you guys would like to share, I think we need to provide an opportunity and a platform, which will be discussed later on tonight, to provide those comments to us, and really by means of email and written communication. But that way it honors kind of the time frame of what we're under and what we're trying to operate. So again, 4 minutes for everyone. I will raise my hand when it's 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and then please wrap up your comments. If there are more comments, please send them to the board in writing via email, letter, fax, drop them off at Village Hall. So that said, I think we'll get things going, and let me get ready over here. So who would like to go first? And typically we go with members in the audience that are present here, and then at some point in time we switch to members that are online. So we'll follow that same format. Are there any public comments that people wish to share with the board? When you do, please state your name. No need to state your address, but state your name. Sir, would you like to go first?
Somebody has to go first.
Why don't you come up here, Peter?
Use the microphone.
I'm not sure that microphone's working.
Okay, just project.
Just do it loudly.
Yeah,
Okay.
just project to us and
I'm sorry I have to do it this way by putting something down.
please.
I am here tonight mostly because I'm very concerned about approval of the minutes as drafted. The minutes from the meetings on September 16th, October 15th, and October 21st, I don't think fairly reflect what's happened here in the village and in this room during those meetings. And these are really, really important historical documents. They're going to be put into a minutes book that somebody can look at 10 years from now, 20 years from now. And they need to accurately show, I think more than anything, how strenuously the residents of the village objected to moving Village Hall from this location to Marshall Court. Because there may be discussions in the future about moving the Village Hall someplace. And so I think that needs to be reflected, and also it's a good learning experience for those who are going to be sitting at the board in the future. If you look at the minutes, I don't think, for example, the minutes from September 16 adequately reflect comments that have been critical of the governance of the village. There were over 3 hours of comments during that meeting, and they're focused on lost trust, and especially directed at the village president, John Ives. And if you look at the page that has public comments, it's not even half a page of the minutes. If you look at the minutes for the October 15th meeting, there were 2 hours of comments, and in the public comments section, there's 2 sentences. And it doesn't capture what happened. And we need to capture what happened. I really, really have a problem with the minutes for October 21st. There's a little bit more written about public comments, and the comments that night were only 1 hour. So, it wasn't as long, but boy, there's a lot of emotion in some of those comments. I also have a problem, and more so, with what was said here. I have a real problem with the summary of what Kate Crowley said. I took notes as she was speaking, and it says Kate Crowley commented on the process of moving forward with the same fiscal discipline and need to have good information and objectivity. And that's about the exact opposite of what she said. I went through the record of the meeting, and if you would listen to it, it only takes, and I actually urge the board to do this, it takes 2 minutes and 39 seconds to listen to what she said. And what she said was basically the opposite. And at the end, she actually even said that she didn't feel that President Ives is the proper leader to get us forward. That's not in here. It's the exact opposite. Then Gloria Beach spoke next. David DeVito spoke too. But then if you go turn to the next page, and it says that Marilyn Townsend spoke next. Well, if you go back and look at the video, there was a very important exchange between one of the trustees here, Shabna, and John. And it is not mentioned at all in these minutes. And during that exchange, Shabna asked John to resign. That was followed by applause that lasted about 10 seconds. And I think it's the applause that then kind of cuts out whatever else was said after that. There's about a 10-second period where John, I think, made a comment in response to that, and you couldn't understand it. Okay, I'm getting close to the end. And then there was another resident, Jennifer Rosenhagen, Ratner Rosenhagen spoke. There's no mention that at the end of her comment, she also asked President Ives to resign. That's just not in here. So these are really, really important records. And I urge you not to approve them until they've been edited, and some more history has been added to these minutes. The other thing I want to do for the record is to add me as a person who has asked John Ives to resign. I sent a letter to him on November 5th. I don't feel he's the right person going forward, and I've asked him to resign. I asked him to resign prior to this meeting. He hasn't, so who knows what's going to happen next. But I think we need to make a change in order to best move forward for the good of the village. Thank you.
Peter? And just to clarify, Peter, you wanted the record to reflect?
That I want this record
So just for clarification for Chrissy, you want the record to reflect your statement?
Yes.
And all the previous ones that we made.
Excuse me, thank
You
you.
know, the two things I would like is for you not to, as a board, not to approve these minutes until, and then,
I just wanted to
Yeah.
clarify let the
Yes.
record reflect what you meant by that.
Yeah.
Your statement, thank you.
yes, that, as a resident and a former trustee and 6-year president of the village.
All right, thank you so much. Public comments from the audience.
Okay.
Yep.
Carolee Mahaney Braithwaite, 3424 Viburnum Drive. A 35-year resident. So I know where the bodies are buried. Oh, I don't want to be on screen. First, I'm going to start budget by referendum. This year, the budget increased by $230,000. That represents a 6.3% growth rate. This is almost twice the current cost of living in the US, but more concerning is that if the percentage grows to 7%, our base will almost double in 10 years. Now, those are alarming numbers, but I'm only giving those to you to tell you that we can't have this creeping commitment that we've had to expanding our budget. What would we like to have? Oh, wait, there's more here. Our tax base is constrained, we need to set and live within budget limits. I was gonna say that the board really needs to set a budget limit so that when staff and everybody is putting their numbers together, they know that we can't go beyond 2% growth. And there's no reason we can't be doing that. Companies do this all over the place. Okay, second, what would you like to have? We need to work in partnership with the owner of Garden Homes and remove a stumbling block that we put into the comprehensive plan without thought for what it would attract as far as investment is concerned or how it would increase our tax base. I was part of that planning process. Nobody ever said, what do you want, given that you have a constrained budget? And so we were all like, oh, yeah, well, can we have a water feature and paths and, oh, we'll have little houses and it look just like it used to. No, that was without any constraints. That's not good planning. Okay, and that's, okay. Oh, by the way, I said I would like to see a plan that integrates village values with budget optimizing. Housing for nurses, aging in place facilities, and other ideas should be considered beyond just single family homes. Building codes. Building codes, as I said last time, make good neighbors. When you have clear building codes, you're not going to have arguments. You're not going to have people suddenly discover that all the trees are gone next door to them because they know that someone can't put something there where those trees are. That gives us a sense of security that we currently do not have now. And building code, good neighbors. Okay, we have been caught in a battle over what the codes really say. By the way, a code that says it depends is a useless code. Okay, you can't work with a code that says it depends on what it says or it depends on what the situation is. And leads to contentious discussion. It really has no place in such a small community as ours. It pits lawyers, developers, neighbors, our board and admin and staff and anybody else who's sort of even peripherally or immediately in the process. So I want you to make sure that you pass that building code tonight because I think it needs to be done. You need to take that fire stick off of the fire. It's a bad analogy, but you know what I'm talking about. Finally, and sadly, if the building code does pass, I would like to see somebody other than John's name on that resolution. He had a chance to work on this problem, this very specific problem on Crestwood, and he did nothing. It sank below the surface. And then when it comes back, it's just that you have, I'm sorry. That's not enough. We need the building code.
Thank you, Sam. You made it. All right, who would like to go next? Yes, sir.
I apologize. David DeVito, 939 University Drive. I do not have notes, so I apologize in advance. But I have two subjects I'd like to address, if you don't mind. One is the zoning that's going to come up for the first and second reading, I believe, tonight. I sat through the planning commission. I strongly urge you to pass this 25-foot setback. I am not anti-development. I don't think that developers should not be allowed to redevelop smaller lots with potentially smaller houses. But the way it's, the spirit of the zoning law that is being used, or the language of the zoning law that is being used does not reflect the spirit of the law. Nowhere else in Madison is there a 0, 3-foot, 10-foot setback. It's not in the spirit. And if Shorewood were to have that conversation, like I lived in Denver for a number of years, very small setbacks, houses that take up the entire lot, they made that decision. I don't believe the village has made a decision of that magnitude through this process. And I would be more than happy to have that conversation personally, or as part of a membership in this community of what we want. But until then, a 25-foot setback to fix the current problem in the language makes complete sense to me. Secondly, this is related. There are multiple outstanding Freedom of Information Act requests, open records requests with this village right now. Very, very important ones. I understand some of them take more time. I'll speak personally, the ones I've entered, I tried to design to not take village employees' resources more than they have to. They're limited in scope, they're limited in time. Thus far, I've received, and I know others have received, 0 information. I'd really rather not take this to a level where we're suing the village and we're getting this big fight. This is basic information for the most part that really informs, we talk about trust, we talk about what happened. To do a proper postmortem on both what happened with the logic and what is happening going forward with this board, we need more information. And that's part of the deal. This whole idea of, well, this is private. I had a private conversation with this person. Talk to me in private. That's not how this works. And as much as President Himes likes to say that stuff, that fundamentally is not how this works. And if anybody thinks, and I'm not accusing anybody, but if anybody thinks that's how that works in public government in this country, it's not. You should go work in the private sector where you can do that. Lastly, I know there are a number of board members here who have publicly called for John Himes to resign. I have called as a non-board member, as well as many others. I think it's very important for everybody to go on the record and have a real, even if it's not a decision, whether it be a straw poll or at least a public acknowledgement of where you stand on President Himes' leadership and what we're going to do going forward. Because right now, with all this talk of referendum, with all this talk of budget, millions of dollars of debt that we're going to issue that we don't even have plans for, which is a whole nother subject. We're under a tight time frame. Like Mark said, these things need to happen quickly, very quickly. And we cannot do that without information, open records. We cannot do that with President Himes in place as today. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Brian Hutching, 3414 Lakewood Drive. Give yourself that follow-up, trying. So, couple of things. And I also speak free, be off the top. So, number one, past the 25-foot setback. I think you're all committed doing that. Do it. That's what everybody wants. I mean, there might be a couple outliers, but you're gonna, why leave if you don't do that? People are gonna lose it, right? So 1. 2, pick something. This is true. We wouldn't be in this hole that we just watched if we just picked doing something to spend our capital money on. If we borrowed money and spent $1.5 million to do this, and a couple of years later spent $1.5 million to do that for the last 3 or 4 years, all right? We'd have picked something and done it instead of paying consultants $250,000 a year to analyze what it is we might do while we sit in quagmire. We wouldn't be in the situation we're in right now with the consultants telling us not to do it. Pick something. I'll tell you what I want you to pick, and I think most people do. It's the pool and the community center. Figure out how to accelerate it, get it built next year. Everybody be behind that. You pick the village hall, people aren't gonna be necessarily behind that. It's overbuilt because of the police, in my opinion, right? But then you pick the firehouse, maybe residents don't get quite the same enjoyment out of it. That's a staff pick. It's not really a resident pick. Make that one number 2, make village hall number 3. I'd encourage you to do that. Okay. Yeah, only 3 minutes. We're gonna switch topics quickly, but please pick something today. Pick the pool. 3. John Shutnam actually didn't quite say exactly, Peter, for John to resign. What she said was, if you saw that P&L, then maybe you should resign. Those were her exact words. It was double qualified. If you had it, then maybe you should. We all clapped because we all think John had the P&L. And I happen to have quite a bit of forensic evidence from all the documents everybody submitted up to Village Hall that you guys had P&L. You guys went around in this meeting and nobody denied it, except for the 4 of you that didn't support it. John, you said to Shabnam and to Kate that you didn't have it afterwards, and that it was a mistake, right? And you said you used some other document. My question is, where are those documents? Shabnam's first response to you was, where are those documents? Why haven't you sent them? You've had 2 weeks, dude. Where the hell are they? Okay.
Fine, real quick. I know you're
All
emotional.
right, I can get rid of the hell or
Let's keep it just.
But
on-
where are they? Why is this not true?
Thank you.
And those of you that were copied on this, that you know that the P&L was circulated, and we all know it was circulated. It's the only one, there were multiple P&Ls that came from Moose. Why don't you just call John out on gaslighting Kate and Shabnam, like their behavior was inappropriate or they're doing it when it wasn't true? You know, just speak up, tell the truth. You know, Mark, did you see the P&L prior to it? The one that you said you needed a forensic auditor degree and it was a different model, the rest of it? The P&L Shabnam shared before the meeting, a full day?
Yeah, but
Yes, right.
that
it is.
P&L, first time I saw that P&L was from Shabnam. It wasn't from John, but no doubt other things had circulated before that.
None of those other things that have circulated, by the way, have been shared, right? Not with the rest of us, nobody, and not with the rest of them or you. And they all must derive from the P&L. Even the one that Brian sent, the metadata in the name is the name of a tab from the P&L. He renamed it, right? But it's there. We know that P&L was circulating. It's FY23 LMAD was the name it was changed from. It's in the metadata of the file, right? So, John, just come clean about how that was. Share those documents. You know, that building was losing $1 million, $1.18 million a year, right? And you told us it was profitable, and then you never corrected the record. And those are the rest of you that saw that P&L, never corrected the record, right? We have a right to distrust you after that. All right, so if you want to talk about going to budget and the rest of it, how can we trust you with you around?
Sir.
John Fagley, 1004 Yale Road. I don't think I need to talk about the 25-foot setback.
John, could you do me a favor?
No,
Could you come up here, please?
I'm fine. I don't think I need to talk about the 25-foot setback. I think that's over. I think the community has basically voted on that. And I think the board will agree with that. One of the things I want to talk about, and I think it's pertinent, is at the last budget meeting, there was a discussion about the police and the cost of the police and how high it was and how much the police were out of this community. And I think that's an important, necessary discussion to have. Doesn't necessarily have to be negative, but it's an important discussion both for the community and for the police. Now, when I look at the agenda, I see on 7CIX, it says discussion of possible action, and it says elimination of written reports from the village administrator and the police. I assume, since we don't get police reports are something different, we're talking about the police logs. So it seems that we had this discussion last week. I wasn't there, but the community had the discussion about the police logs. And now the answer to that is to eliminate the police logs. If I read it right, that's what it seems to say. Those police logs are important because they give us an idea of what the police are doing. When Mark Letter first started here, he wanted police logs. He wanted to know what the police were doing all the time. This is far less than what you asked for, Mark, but at least it's something. It's something we can look at and something we can get an idea of where the police are. I think more information is better. I think it's better for the police. It's better for the community. We need to have this discussion. In the end, if the police price themselves out of the market, they lose and we lose. So what we have to do is look at these numbers, talk about them, especially after what we've heard tonight. And we have to think about, do we need maybe less full-time officers? Do we need maybe one squad car less? Do we need something less? Are there ways we can cut the budget and still be efficient? And I think that's good for the police, because I don't want the police one day to have the community rise up and the police are gone, they lose their jobs, we don't have a local police department. It's a discussion we need to have. It needs to be an honest, necessary discussion. And you can't just come in and say what you want. Everybody wants things. The question is, can we afford those things? And what do we do? Maybe it's better to have less police officers and pay the officers we have more. There's lots of ways we can set this up to make it work. But we can't just decide, yeah, let's buy a new squad car this year, another one next year. All this stuff, there's insurance, there's benefits, and I think we need to be a little leaner and a little more efficient. And I don't think that cutting the information from us is going to accomplish anything except make it more difficult to have this discussion. Thank you.
Are there other members of the public wishing to speak? Yes, ma'am.
Oh, great. Hi, I'm Kate Crowley, 3428 Viburnum. I think I have 3 topics. I'd like to start with the 25-foot setback. This is, I'm supportive of this language. It's clarifying language. It's clarifying the intent. I think it's an obvious decision to provide clarification to our code. I listened to the Plan Commission meeting where this was discussed, and there is an idea of overlay districts for where we need different zoning, and that makes sense to do it this way. This is not about one development. However, last week at the public hearing, one developer, who I believe is here, did stand up and shamed us for this by saying that we're not inclusive and that we're not welcoming new families to Shorewood and that we're not concerned about affordability. This is not about that. We can achieve those things through our own process, our own discussions. But clarifying our zoning code is not in conflict with being inclusive and welcoming new families and wanting to create affordable housing. I suspect that developer will speak tonight, and I would encourage you to think about this in a broader sense than just 2 homes on Sweetbriar with a 3-foot setback. Peter, thank you for clarifying my next topic, for clarifying the agenda. I nearly fell out of my chair when I read, not the agenda, the minutes, because that is the opposite, the complete opposite of what I said. When I made the comment at the beginning of that meeting, I did suggest that John Imes is not the right leader for us at this time. That was before it became clear that information was withheld from certain trustees and that information was withheld from the public. It was before John is quoted in the Capital Times saying he only provided relevant information to trustees and the public. With all of that now, and weeks have gone by, to Brian's point, without us seeing this information so that we can decide if it's relevant. We haven't seen it. And I feel even more strongly, and beyond a suggestion that John's not a leader, to say openly that John Imes, you do need to resign. Add me to what is a long list of people who feel that way. Finally, I see in the board packet tonight a discussion of facilities priorities. I really appreciate the thought that Kate put into the process. I thought it was great. Until I saw new material added yesterday to it, where President Imes added his own opinions about what the priorities are. You all are entitled to your opinion, but read the room, John. We don't want your opinion on priorities of facilities in this village. We know what you want. You wanted logic. You pushed it on us. You didn't get it. Now let's have a process that isn't driven by your opinions. Let's have a process that's driven by the thoughts of the trustees and the opinions of the public that communicated to the trustees. That is the right way to do this. Thank you.
All right, are there, how about I'm gonna take a quick pause.
Yeah, I could take pause, I'm stretching.
Great, wonderful. Chrissy, are there folks online that are wishing to speak just to kind of spread the wealth here?
We have one here, the Icorns.
Okay, why don't we go to Mr. and Mrs. Icorn?
Hi, this is Julie Icorn. I am visiting you virtually tonight. I am at 2805 Columbia Road. I'd like to say thank you for having me, and thank you to the board. It's been a long process and a lot of time. I am on tonight because I'm in favor of the 25-foot setbacks, and I'm in favor of it because of the work that has been done by previous groups regarding erosion, runoff, and water control. Again, my point is still there are not a lot of gutters in the village. And as I listened to the meeting about the upgrades in the future, sewers, roads are happening in the future. And I don't think that zoning should make any changes that could impact the homes that are already established until we have a clear plan. So I think the 25-foot setback, there we go, end of the day, guys, provides that for the community. My second point is I would really hope that we can update the Nixle process because when the child went missing, I got a notification the child was missing. And when the child was found, I got a notification that said the child was missing. So I think that from a parenting standpoint, even though my kids are old and almost grown, I still think it would be great if that Nixle alert heading could have said child found instead of having to use social media and people I know in the community to find out what was happening. So thank you. Take care.
Thank you. Let's see, are there any other members of the public wishing to speak online before we turn back to the room?
Gloria Beach.
Gloria?
Yeah, I'm here, but I want my camera on, please.
I think you just click it, Gloria. I didn't turn mine on.
Yeah, except Chrissy has disabled my camera. And I believe she's probably, okay, there we are. Now Chrissy's allowing me. Thank you, Christy. Thank you. Hi. Dietmar, are you timing me yet?
Not yet, but
Oh, hurry. So, yeah, so I have a couple different comments. And I want to thank the staff for putting together this board package, despite the last minute submissions to the board package. And I'd like to say that, yes, I would like the board to come up with the priorities that are consistent with what the board wants and consistent with what the village wants. I think very strongly that we do need to have an ad hoc it's my brain, ad hoc stormwater committee. I used to be on that ad hoc committee for facilities. It needs to happen and it needs to happen quickly. The board takes on too much on the dais in these board meetings, and we need to be able to have other meetings that are publicly held as opposed to hurry up, go in the hallway, chase down the financial consultant, all the finance committee, so that you can hurry up and ask her any questions before the expert leaves. We can't be operating our board this way. We can't operate our village this way. I'm really disappointed that the expert that was brought into the room today was not made available to the finance committee. And being in Michigan right now, I couldn't run out into the hallway today to ask the expert questions. And to my understanding, she will not be there on Monday so that I can ask the expert questions. So I'm not really happy about that. Maybe you're catching that. Regarding the 20, I'm operating from notes and I don't really do well with that. Regarding the 25-foot setback, I really think that the board needs to pass that, waive the first and second readings, pass it. The next board meeting that we have, whether it's a regular board meeting or a special board meeting, I hope that this can be included in that board meeting so that we can just get this done. This should have been taken care of years ago. Regarding the Nixle alert, last time we were talking about the Nixle alert, some people, I know Shabnam got it. I know Kate Crowley said that she got it. I did not get it. David did not get it. David sat there during that meeting while I was looking over the strategic plan that Mark had been talking about. David was fiddling with his Nixle settings to make sure that he got the Nixle alert. The last time I got a Nixle alert was when the little boy went missing. And I was very grateful to get that Nixle alert. But if we are going to, and we have as a village decided to move away from email communications in favor of Nixle, Nixle needs to work. David went by, logged on, changed all of his settings. He did not get the Nixle alert. I did not get the Nixle alert. I checked with some people I know. Some people got the Nixle alert. Some people did not. It needs to be consistent, and we need to have a communication system that we are testing to make sure that it works. There was something in the Washington Post, New York Times, something about the fire alert system. They still aren't getting it right. So this isn't fire, but communication is an urgently needed to be addressed issue in this village. We need more transparency, and that only can come about through good communications. Regarding the 3-page summary that Brian Mooney put together, thank you for putting that together, Brian. I always appreciate that. With the board of, let's see, it's discussion and possible action. I think it's item 7C, Roman numeral 9. Discussion and possible action, revised Board of Trustees agenda template. Regarding the community written correspondence, the staff is advising not to do this because of potential conflicts regarding open meetings violations. We can't put something into the packet that isn't included in the agenda. So that makes a lot of sense. And it might be that somebody has a written comment that is in conflict with what the agenda says. And so of course we want to avoid that. But I would say, even if we can filter it to only include the items that will be on the agenda, thereby being in compliance with open meetings, I still think this is not a good idea. I think that the intent, no, Dietmar, you don't get to, get to raise your, no, Dietmar. I'm not done with my comments.
Please send them in writing. Thank you. Hey,
Dietmar, this is not going to work. No, Dietmar,
Gloria,
this is not going to.
Here. Gloria, please mute her. You can send your comments in writing. Thank you.
Hello.
Yep.
It looks like
Mark?
Yeah, I just want to point out, Gloria, that Ariana will be available at the Finance Committee meeting. She will be available virtually, but she will do the presentation, and the Finance Committee will have plenty of time to ask questions and have discussion on the subject.
I'm going to say thank you.
Yep, no problem. Monday night, 7 o'clock.
Hello.
All right. We're gonna, I know Ingrid, I don't think that's your name, but that's
Paul.
Paul, thank you, Paul. I will get to you after I'm done with this gentleman, and then you can go next.
Hi, I'm Kurt Hansen. I want to say that I favor the 25-foot setback. I also favor having a special board meeting to approve it. I'll get to that at the end. The primary thing I'm going to talk about is the development on Sweetbriar Road. I've given you all packets of the information here. For those of you who are not here, I'll send it out electronically as soon as I get home tonight. There's a letter to Brian Mooney. So Brian, I'm going to primarily just talk to you here and let everyone listen if that's okay. But there are also attachments included. The attachment with all the pretty color highlights in it goes over the 4 zoning violations we discussed at the ZBA. There's another new zoning violation that I had to include because of the new plans. Just if you're not aware, Mr. Reber did submit new building permits for both 1202 and 1206. They've not yet been approved, and that's what I'm talking about them again now. I should also point out that I didn't feel that the new plans resolved the zoning violation that the ZBA had with them. And so to me, it's a gimme not to approve these, Brian. The primary reason for my letter, though, is that after some real thoughtful analysis and discovering new information, I don't believe there's any legal basis for any encroachment of these lots under the 25-foot setback. Now, going forward, of course, we hope that you pass the 25-foot setback, but for these applications that have already gone in, we have to look at what the ordinances would say right now. So one of the things I did is I did a grammatical or literal analysis of the ordinance as it is written in English. And when you look at that, you have to remember there are two clauses. The one that is bothersome to us is the buildable depth clause. The other one is the block face clause. You know what those are? I don't have time to go into it tonight with you, but I just want you to know that. And the key finding grammatically is that the buildable depth clause only refers to the block face clause. It does not apply to the 25 feet. And therefore, it doesn't apply to the development that is proposed for those. You can also say, well, but what was the intent of the ordinance? Not just what does it say grammatically, but what was the intent? And if you do that, you have to say, well, it was never the intent of this ordinance to apply to newly created lots. All right. So if you look at whether you look at it grammatically or you look at it by intent, it simply doesn't apply. And therefore, you cannot build within those. With Craig's help, and this is since I met with you, Brian, we met in October for a while. That was very kind of you, by the way. Craig would use the way back function, and it turns out that Karl Franz actually interpreted these ordinances and the buildable depth and the block face in 2021 with the things on Crestwood. And I don't understand why that is not the basis for why we're looking at this. All right. And I need to point out that I gave you two handouts there. I gave you a handout of the letter from 2021, but I also gave you a copy of the deed transfer for the purchase of this property. And you'll note that both of them go to David Gordon. All right. So the developer can't say he was unaware of this letter. I can say I wasn't aware of the letter. All right. And Brian, I don't know if you were aware of this letter or not, but you need to look at it. The fourth point the point I would make with the letter is that if the buildable depth clause only applies to the block face, all right, Karl Franz already threw that out. He threw out the buildable depth clause when he wrote that letter. He didn't realize it, but that's what he did. Now, Mr. Fleming, Matt Fleming, our attorney, has not gone over this, but I do want you to look at the last 5 things I wrote there. I gave them to you in writing. And I realize you really want me to get out of here, but I really would ask the board here to help Brian with this difficult decision. I think you should have a special session. I think you should discuss the interpretation of the preservation of topography. I think these are important things. And I'm happy to meet with both Brian, Attorney Bill Cole, or anyone who would like more information about this from me. God, I wish I could have had 6 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Paul,
Thank
you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. So I agree with everything Kurt has said.
I'm sorry,
I
Paul.
wanted to make the point that
Paul, you want to identify yourself?
Paul Lambert, 1242 Greenbrier Road. I apologize for that. I wanted to support what Kurt just said, but I also want to make the point that the meeting packet talks about a motion to waive the third ordinance reading so that you, the village board, can act on the ordinance change, which everyone, I think, supports for the 25-foot setback. And I would like to see that happen now. That's what I would like to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, are there other members of the public wishing to speak? I'm gonna go over there.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Mary Wyman, 1223 Dartmouth Road. I am here to say that I also support the 25-foot setback or the revision of that ordinance. My neighbors have expressed those reasons already. I don't think I need to go through that. The Plan Commission already approves it and supports it after many, many hours and months of reviewing that. I also want to join my neighbors in urging this board to do that, whatever the process is to get that finally changed, to do that quickly. This has caused a lot of contention, and it continues to be a problem until it's actually done. And then we can move forward and have some clarity and make some decisions. The other thing I want to speak to is just echoing my neighbors' concerns about the need for all of you to come together and make some choices about how we're using our money in terms of capital projects, facilities. Make those choices, make use of an ad hoc committee of citizens. I think that's a great idea. I think it involves stepping up and making some difficult choices and decisions. And I do acknowledge that the governance problems that many other folks have spoken to have slowed things down a lot. And I hope that those will be improved soon, and all of you can step up and do your jobs as our elected representatives. Thank you all for your time.
Good.
Thank you, everyone. So I have 3 comments, 2 for the board.
Do you want to identify?
Oh, sorry, my name is Jennifer Ratner Rosenhagen. Jennifer Ratner Rosenhagen, and I'm a 19-year resident of the village. So one is I just want to echo what a few people have said. Peter Hans's comment about the importance of the minutes, making sure that they're accurate. That's just an absolutely crucial record. Dave DeVito talking about the importance of us, of villagers being able to have access to open records. That's just the records of our governance. And with that, I want to echo what Johnny Bagley said about not getting rid of police reports, not getting rid of the village administrator reports. Good governance needs more records and more transparency, not less. And so I just want to ask you, anytime you see a shortcut, a ... a cutting of a corner, an abbreviation, just please don't do it. Pull in the opposite direction. More information, more transparency allows for more community engagement and more support. So that's one. The second is the issue that, logic, I think logic is dead, but there are some issues that happened leading up to logic or during that process that are not dead. And one of them is that we still know that someone either on the board or within Village Hall posed as a village resident and made 6 comments with information that the rest of us did not know. Yeah, so only someone who was privy to some really inside information and posed as a village resident and tried to deceive the board to sell Village Hall and to purchase, a $7+ million. And we need to know who that person is. Full stop. I'm not saying that we need that person to lose their job. I would hope if indeed it is a staff person, they don't need to lose their livelihood. There can be an explanation. I mean, we said this, right? There was a culture of a kind of feverish advocacy, and it would make sense if it was a staff person who got caught up in that, culture of cheerleading. I just want you to know that hasn't gone away, and it will not go away. It'll never go away. And you have to just be humane, especially to our staff whose livelihoods, depend on their work here, that there is a shroud of suspicion, worry that we might have staff who have access to really important information, who are misusing it or abusing it. And so I'm just asking the board to please follow through, work together with Brian, and let's just get that resolved. It's not an internal matter. It's not something that's going to be, it needs to be reported, and it will know when it comes through on the open records request. So until we get that, it's not done. You might be 6 months out or 6 years out, but I'll keep bringing it up because that was part of the problem with what happened around Logic, and it really tore this community apart. The last thing I can say is brief. Kate Olsvik, I had reached out on behalf of a number of villagers, residents who wanted this request to Dietmar Basooner and Kate Olsvik, and they talked, and Kate picked up an agenda item, which is going to be a future agenda item, which is revisiting how we seat our committees. So the process by which we seat our committees, thank you. And so that there is much more transparency and much more, shared governance, if you will. So this comment I'm making to the village residents, if you've been on a committee, if you would like to serve on a committee, if you have any thoughts about the process that should go so that we have a more robust committee structure, if you've been upset because you were on a committee and all of your hard work got bypassed by someone acting unilaterally, please, I shouldn't volunteer you, Kate, because I didn't clear this with you, but try to communicate, I guess, with Brian, with me, with Kate, because what we're trying to do is to look at what can we do to make our committee structure, everything from seating people on committees to making sure that their work is valued, that this is a much better process. So I just was a call out to let me know, let Kate know, let Brian know, and we'd like to integrate your feedback.
Thank you. All right, yes, would you like to speak, Nancy Polk? If you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Okay, I would like to ask.
Nancy, the floor is yours.
You can't hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay, I would like to ask the board and the village administrator to pledge to not approve the possibilities of the two houses at 1202 and 1206 be approved before the 25-foot setback is finally approved by the board, because I don't think we want to see something snuck under the wire. But I do definitely support the 25-foot setback. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak? Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Brian Reber. I'm the owner of 1202 and 1206 Sweetbriar. Unsurprisingly, I have a bit of a different take on the zoning amendment. I did want to highlight some concerns that I have with this amendment. First, it's been described as fixing a loophole. But what it actually does is eliminate a protection for shallow lots to support functional homes. Without that protection, fewer homes can be built, and the homes that can be built will be less livable for the future families who would occupy them. Because we did have this nice budget conversation today, I also did want to note that this amendment will reduce net new construction and the fiscal benefits that come along with it. This amendment isn't a clarification. Policy change that runs counter to the village's stated priorities on housing. Second, I want to say that this amendment is being advanced as a standalone accelerated edit. If clarity is the goal, why is this single clause out of the entire zoning chapter being fast-tracked? My request is simple. Either incorporate this amendment in a comprehensive code update or clearly articulate the purpose and intent of this targeted amendment for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak? Paul, you already went. We're gonna do single turns here. Yes, sir.
Fred Whitepool. I've got some audio video stuff. It's preposterous to think that Shorewood has ever had a setback less than 25 foot. The idea of a 0-foot setback, which is what Ryan Reber is, his lawyers have argued for, is kind of crazy. Even Madison doesn't have 0-foot setbacks. The smallest in a residential district in Madison is 10 foot. That's on like Mifflin Street. 0 foot you'll find in commercial districts. That's we have apartment buildings going right up to the sidewalk, right up to the street. Neighborhoods near us, Indian Hills is 30 feet. Spring Harbor is 20 feet. Hill Farms, 30 feet. Shorewood has always had a 25-foot setback as the absolute minimum. And then there's been other laws on top of that. We have this thing called the block face rule that allows people, neighbors on the block to set their setbacks deeper if they would like. And as Kurt was explaining, during recodification of 1989, when our zoning code was updated, some words got changed. And those words, some people could say, oh, it changed the meaning of the rules. And this buildable depth requirement that we had that applies to the block face rule was sort of made free. And then someone last year argued that, oh, that buildable depth clause can usurp or take over the 25-foot basic setback. It's, you know, a legal argument. You can torture the language all you like to get kind of any reading you want out of any of our ordinances. And that's exactly what happened. But it's not the case. No one in the history of Shorewood has ever expected there to be a setback less than 25 feet. The ordinance before you tonight will make that absolutely clear. It's not the end of the story. Over 85% of our village has setbacks larger than that. The block face rule is something that is important, and I'm sure neighbors are going to want to get back on, but that's a little bit less important. That can take a year or 2 or 3 for everyone to figure out how to word that in a legal framework. Right now, 25 foot is a good starting point. Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak? Yes, ma'am.
I'm Paul from 1235 Dartmouth Road. I'm here to speak of support of the 25 feet setback. And as a minimum, I also wanted to say that this is nothing on a speed track. My husband, Craig Weinhorn, who put enormous amount of work in it and hours on researching our zoning codes, work on it since last fall, and particularly since January, he put enormous effort of formulating and focusing on other parts of the zoning. But our problem in the village is that everything takes so long. Several, I think 2 or 3 meetings were canceled, and you meet only once a month. So actually to make this one little change, this 25 feet back, took a whole year. So that's why I urge you to vote on it today, approve it, and set a special meeting and do the 3rd reading. Also, I'm not sure why our village needs 3 readings to approve any change when medicine is satisfactory with 1 reading. So maybe that's something that you need to revisit for the future, because it already took the whole year to make that one little change, 1 sentence, and now it takes 3 readings. Thank you.
All right, are there any other members of the public wishing to speak? Recognize you.
You recognize me?
I do.
I recognize myself every morning when I look in the mirror.
The floor is yours. Thanks for the.
Ulrich Rosenhagen, 2905 Columbia Road. Didn't plan to speak tonight, and I was late. I'm working on campus, and tonight our students organized it's Native November concert with an Ojibwe band. Sounded a little bit like Pink Floyd with a language I didn't understand. But I came out of this because they repeatedly said something about the land. They said, the land is sacred. Why is land sacred? Because it's shared. Shared because it builds community. The sacredness is within the community. We're all living in this place. And the idea not to have a modest proposal for a setback rule, the idea to build as far as we can to utilize, commercialize every inch of the plots we have in this village we call our own is just absurd. because it means less and less shared space. What makes us a community is the shared space. It's the school, it's the greens, it's the talk with the neighbor on the sidewalk. It's not private land, that's not my house, but it's something that belongs to all of us. I don't want to see this go away any more than it is already in other places. 25 feet is a very, very modest proposal. I think we can live with this. And I think there's, as many people said here before, many more work to do to move this village forward and also to build the village back together. So my proposal tonight is move forward with this new ordinance with this amendment and listening to Mr. Rieber earlier. So what's the purpose? At the end, you said, you asked us to clearly articulate the purpose of this amendment. I think that's the purpose, to bring us back together as a community. Thanks.
All right, are there any other members of the public wishing to speak? Yeah. Otherwise, you.
Hello, I'm Marilyn Townsend, 1121 Wellesley Road. I thank the board for being here this evening and all your work. And I know these comments are going on. I will try to make mine in 3 minutes. 2 issues. Number one, the minutes of October 21st, 2025. I would ask the board to please hold those over for the November, this is November, for the December meeting. First of all, it's very difficult to make minutes, and I'm very respectful of our staff. But I was quoted in there, and I believe it didn't capture what I was saying literally. Certainly at one point it said, Marilyn talked about staff retention. Well, I believe my focus was on staff creep, but with the understanding that once we hire staff, I was always very concerned about retaining them. But I would like the opportunity to submit revisions, and I have a sense that others would as well. So I would please ask the board to hold them over for the next meeting. The other thing is I wanted to commend Brian and Julie and I'm sure Chrissy as well. The budget document is very informative and helpful. And those of us who are talking about staff and not quite sure what we have or what we don't have, there is so much information in this. And certainly one is simply listing all the positions we have with each department, including administration, police, public works, forestry, pool, and other areas, explaining how much of our budget goes to each department without having it split up and trying to find it all over the place. So I think it's a budget document that's very helpful to read without an accounting degree or a master's in business from a university. So I thank you for that.
Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak? Chrissy, are there any members of the public online that wish to speak? I'm gonna sit here for about 10 seconds. Seeing none, I think
I think there's someone leaving.
Would you like to speak?
Just had a couple of quick things to say.
Please, go ahead.
I support 100% the 25-foot.
Would you mind identifying yourself just for the record?
Jeannie Roberts.
Yep.
And I support the 25-foot setback. It's just a no-brainer. And the other thing is I support Peter, who is wanting to have the minutes all flushed out. The minutes aren't reflecting a lot of the stuff that comes in any of the personal comments. There's like 2 sentences off in these. And we really, like, sometimes we had 40 people all against something, and it doesn't show that, it doesn't reflect that in our minutes. So I think our minutes have to be flushed out.
Thank you. Fred, if you wouldn't mind, I'm going to recognize this gentleman first. Please come up here, identify yourself. And then yes, the floor is yours.
I'm Barry Powell, and I live on the Sweet Bar Road, right next to the lot that Mr. Reaver has purchased. And he came in there, he cut down all the trees, 100-year-old oaks, just cut them down like that. Boom! And there they lie to this day to rot. It is an extremely unsightly place. And we've talked about the importance of community and of having land that we all can share, that we can all enjoy. That is a sign of a deprecatory behavior by somebody from outside. Mr. Reaver has come in here to rip us off and to ruin our lives in the village.
Thank you.
Guy,
Sir,
unnecessary.
Sir, if you guys want to go outside and have this conversation, fine, but not in this room. Thank you very much. Please identify yourself or yours.
Fred Wade, 1121 Wellesley. When I looked at the agenda for tonight's meeting, first thing that jumped out at me was the budget and the CIP are for the end of the agenda. Those are the 2 most important decisions that are made in the course of an annual budget year. They establish the village priorities and how much we're going to spend for what. And I was concerned you wouldn't get into those issues until sometime after 9 o'clock. And here it is already after 9 o'clock and we're still in the public comment period. So there's no particular answer to that, but I think that is the time, probably another hour or so down the road, when we ought to have the serious discussions about where we are, what are our priorities, what should be in the capital improvement plan, what's not there that we should be thinking about. Same with the budget. And we are now in a situation where that kind of discussion probably is not very likely because everyone's tired and worn out by the time we get there. I don't want to reiterate what other people have said, but in the interest of time, let me leave you with a quote from Abraham Lincoln. If we could I'm sorry, I left my glasses at my seat. If we could first know where we are and whither we are tending, we could better judge what to do and how to do it. That's, I think, what a lot of people are pleading for, to understand how we got to where we are and what we need to do going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Craig, you already went. I'm going to keep it to everybody gets a turn for 3 minutes, for 4 minutes. So thank you. You can submit your comments in writing. All right. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak? Are there any members of the public online, Chrissy, that wish to speak? Well, thank you very much. Stick around. We're going to close this part of the meeting agenda, which is public comments. Move on. John, you had expressed an interest to take over from here, from afar. Do you still want to pursue this?
Yeah, Dietmar, let's
continue to do it. You did a splendid job. Really appreciate, how you managed that part of the meeting. Let's move into, I'm still in Brazil, folks, though I will be working my way home tomorrow. So item 7, board matters, payment of bills. Mark, can you maybe kick that off?
Yeah, I'll go ahead with the motion, make the motion to approve the payment of bills of $763,800.76.
Is there a second to that motion?
Carol seconded.
It's Bob.
Oh, yeah. Oh, now I can see Bob. All right, Bob, thank you. All right, further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye. Yeah, I just note that there's, of those 700+ of bills, about 600,000 of it is all in the MROs, the municipal revenue obligations with respect to the TIDs. So that's the big block of the payments.
Okay, thanks for that, Mark. Let's do that vote again. All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. Motion.
John, I think it might be a little hard for you to see us, to call on us.
Yeah,
I mean, I could do this.
No, Shannon, I could see you just fine. I thought you were still voting. So did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I wanted to say that I was not gonna vote in support because there is a building inspection. It looks like we hired GEC for $1,262 for inspecting the Logic building. It adds to I'm not saying I'm against due diligence, not at all, but it's another receipt that we were not aware of, and there may be more receipts coming. So on page, Carol, you're giving me a look. Like, what are you saying? Did we paid GEC $1,200 to inspect the Logic building? Like, that's on top of the other 6,000 and 6,000. So this is like 15,000. There was 12,000. Is there more coming?
I don't think at this point there's anything additional expected.
Just for future, if we're gonna do due diligence of this sort, maybe we should have like a cap on it instead of purchases of under 3,000 or 6,000 that have no cap. John, back to you.
Thanks for that, Shabnam. So I think that vote passed. So why don't we move forward? Consent agenda, item 7B. We've had a lot of discussion about minutes tonight. Where are board members at on how we'd like to handle the comments and the minutes as part of the consent agenda? Carol.
I'd like to ask about that. The comments made by the public are compelling. Looking at those minutes, they're quite short and don't express what we experienced here. I know that there are guidelines and best practices for taking minutes. And I'm sure that the people who were taking minutes were trying to abide by those. So I would prefer myself not to vote to approve these minutes because then it's all done. They're in the record. I would like to ask staff if they could comment on how much flexibility we have to be more detailed.
Chrissy, did you?
I'm sorry, John. This is Julie. I'm sitting here too.
Yeah, go ahead, Julie.
Some of these minutes were mine, and then Chrissy took over as our new clerk, so some are Chrissy's, some are mine. As a rule of thumb, the way I was trained in the best practice generally is if you have a very long public comment, you're encouraged to group people together. So it might say something in the minutes like many residents, several residents said the same thing, because you don't necessarily want to name every single person saying the same thing. We're not there to do a transcript. We're there to, and so if you want to put more emphasis in something, that's something that we could consider. However, when you put that someone said a specific thing, If they would like that changed and it matches, a lot of times the person who took the minutes might want to go back and say, I just want to double check the recording. And that's not uncommon, and it's not disrespectful to the people who say it. It's like, this is what I said, and then you watch the recording, did you, didn't you? That kind of thing. We try to stay away from direct quotes, and we try to group them, especially when you have 3 hours worth. Although people were upset and they were all saying the same thing. And so it really could be fit into a few sentences when there's a consensus among the group. If you would like us to add that, we try to keep emotions out of minutes. Minutes are supposed to be based on fact and action. If you feel that we need to put something else in there, it's something we would definitely follow your lead. And if there's specific people who think that they were misquoted, that's definitely something that we would definitely consider amending. So I guess it just depends on, but we're not going to go through and say, this person, this person, this person, this person, this person all said the same thing. It's just not productive, and it's not helpful in the record. Is that, and Chrissy, I don't know if you have anything to say about what you did on yours, but
No,
I think we were trained similarly in our work training.
Thanks for that, Julie. I see Kate's hand up, then Shabnam, then Mark.
Yeah, I think specifically there were two people that spoke up or names were mentioned tonight. So Kate Crowley's sentiment and Marilyn's sentiment seemed to be inaccurate. And I also feel that after watching the special meeting on October there, I wanted to point out something in those minutes as well. So my personal take would be tonight to table the approval of these minutes. And for a couple residents who were mentioned by name, if they would like to submit a request on how to, properly represent what they said, I would encourage that. And I think we should relook at this in December.
Kate, thanks for that. Shabnam?
So two things. I think nobody's asking to have every single name, sure. But I think there is a way to add more emphasis. 50 residents, 2 hours. And I would disagree to leave out emotion. We're not robots. We should input that there's zealous opposition. There's a way to frame that. So we could table it if we all agree. But on another point, page 19, I'm in page 19 of the packet. We voted to waive the fees for the, what's the word? I'm losing my mind. For the appellants, and that's not in the minutes, like that entire section. It would be between, I'm on page 19 at the bottom. I think it should be between 5 and 6. That conversation took place.
Is that one of the ones that went out of order? I might have missed it.
No, yeah,
I will check that if that's.
I think it's just missing. It's just missing.
Okay, and I'm thinking I probably missed it because everything is out of order. So yeah, you make a note in the minutes what I need to correct.
Yeah, which minutes?
Which minutes are those, Shabnam?
So it's page 19.
And I apologize if I did miss it.
September 16th minutes.
Thank you for catching that. I did not even realize I missed a section. You said it's section. I see 6.
Between 5 and 6.
Okay, I'll have to look at the agenda. I'll have to just review it. It got missed somehow. Was that the one that went till 2:30? Yeah, or 2 o'clock? Yeah. Thank you, Shabnam. I'll make sure that gets corrected.
Mark?
Yeah, my only comment was that to the extent any of the trustees have concerns about the minutes other than the public comments, as Shabnam's already expressed, that those get communicated to Brian before we take up these minutes again at the next meeting. So there's many issues. They have an opportunity to investigate and resolve as many issues as possible before these minutes come back for a vote, since it appears they won't be approved tonight. So that's my only thought.
Kate, go ahead.
Yeah, then I'll be very specific. So my edit is in the special meeting that was held on October 15th in the packet. It is page 22. And I wasn't at this meeting, but I diligently watched the recording, and it's in the capital improvement plan discussion where we took no action. There is no, I believe it was the reason that the group of trustees present at the time centered around the CIP option D is because I think it became apparent that there were 4 trustees that would not support the purchase of Logic. And so that's why we narrowed on that. It is not that note or that straw poll, however you want to, or that revelation, that is not noted in these minutes. So I wanted to flag that since I wasn't in the meeting. I just, I don't know if that feels accurate to people that were, but I do think that's an important moment that happened in the meeting that should be represented.
Okay, so it sounds like there's consensus then to refer or table the approval of the minutes to the next meeting. And if board members have, to Mark's point, specifics that they can send to Chrissy and Julie regarding the minutes, that'd be your preference, Julie, Chrissy?
Yes, I agree, John.
I'm sorry?
I agree, John.
Okay,
This is
splendid.
Chrissy.
Okay, thanks, Chrissy. All right, let's move on then. Item 7C, new business resolutions and motions. We got through C1 with the financial model presentation by Ellers. Item C2, discussion possible action, first and second readings of ordinance L-2025-03, amending zoning code R1 and R2 zoning districts, front yard setbacks. Mark, do you want to kick that off?
Sure, I can do that, but why don't I start with a motion, which is to waive the first and second readings of ordinance L 2025-03 regarding amending the zoning code R1 and R2 front yard setbacks.
Second.
Carol was a second. Further discussion on the motion?
Yeah, so I'll just briefly, this has been before the Plan Commission for some time. The Plan Commission discussed it since last meeting. Plan Commission voted 7-0 to approve this ordinance change. From my perspective, it's needed simplification for the code. One of the things that concerns me about our ordinances is it is so difficult for the residents, for the public at large, and sometimes for the trustees themselves to understand what's in the code. It's gotten quite complicated, and I think it not only imposes a burden on the residents, but it imposes a burden on the zoning administrator. So I think hopefully after this is approved, the Plan Commission will continue to work in other areas like the floor area ratio, the other areas where there's been some difficulty interpretation, to simplify the code, to make it easier for all concerned, and to minimize the disputes, perhaps between our own experts, but certainly not between the experts and the residents themselves. So this is something that needs to happen. And in my opinion, should just be the start of the process.
Thanks for that. Appreciate that. Further discussion on the motion? Yeah, go ahead, Shabnam.
I said it last week, but just to say it again, it is about safety. It is about not having a 0-foot setback. So it seems like we're given 2 options. It's 25 feet or 0. Nobody's saying it should be 10 or another number. So it's not about, for me personally, it's not like necessarily picking sides and disputes on one property over another. It is clarity. I like the idea of giving houses space, that you can't have so many setbacks and so many restrictions that you will end up with not a house to build. But like I said last week, in the history of Sherwood Hills, I don't think that ordinance ever meant a 0-foot setback. You'd have to advocate for smaller properties to have something else. It's not this. It's not about being against one house or another, but purely safety, and 25 feet is not a lot.
Hi, honey.
And to one other comment, because I think
She watched that show.
the reason you
Hey,
cannot have 3 readings
Okay, we're
waived
good.
in one sitting is that's against the ordinance. That when it comes to, so that's why it's against our ordinance to waive all 3. And you've got to give the public the opportunity. Some people don't know that there's a meeting. Some people, it takes time for them to catch up and hear what's going on. And to give all those people a chance to weigh in. I just wanted to advocate and put it out there why government is slow. Shouldn't be this slow, but there is a reason for it. I wish maybe plan commission meetings didn't have to get canceled, but ordinance changes do require at least 2 readings.
Okay, any further discussion on the memo, on the motion? By Mark, seconded by Carol. Ready to vote? Go ahead, Bob. You want to say something?
Well, I'm not sure. Not sure I want to dive into the weeds of this, but I know we're talking primarily in this case, or the reason for all of this is the Sweetbriar lot. And as I understand it, it had to do with the 40-foot exception that pushed then the house forward in the lot towards the street. Was it not explored to push the lot back into the 25-foot setback in the backyard? Maybe this is not an appropriate question for now, but it just came to my mind on how that was interpreted, whether adhering to the 40-foot building width forces you to take the front out of the front setback, or could it also be out of the back setback?
Yeah, Bob. I mean, Brian, if you want to answer very quickly, or maybe you guys can talk offline.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's
that's
quick.
fine.
I mean,
Let's go ahead and vote.
Oh,
No, go ahead, Brian. Go ahead, real quick.
I was just gonna say the interpretation that was given of the ordinance at the time that this was being researched and reviewed by our village attorney at that time was that it had to apply to the front yard setback.
I don't recall that being specified in the ordinance, but okay.
All right. All right, if there isn't further discussion, ready to vote, all those in favor of the ordinance?
John, would it be okay to call the roll on this one, please?
Be happy to. Julie, can you call the roll, or is it Chrissy?
I'll do it, John. This is Chrissy.
Thank you, Chrissy.
Okay. Barford,
Yes.
Dietmar?
Dietmar,
Yes.
Bulk,
Yes.
Letter,
Yes.
Lutfi,
Yes.
Olsvik,
Yes.
and Imes.
Yes.
The motion carried. Oh, yes.
All right, then, item 7C3, discussion, possible action, village sewer and stormwater utility, 2026 rate adjustments. Brian, you want to speak to that?
Sure, John. So within the budget, the village has the authority to set the 2 utilities, new rates pertaining to the village stormwater and the village sewer utilities. In the past, it didn't appear that there was a metric by which the village adhered to for establishing the figure, at least from what I could immediately find. So I tried to tell the board that my goal was to keep this tied to the Wisconsin Department of Revenue Consumer Price Index for urban consumers. So that figure was just verified or certified at 2.7% for 2025. And that was in August. I believe that number was approved. So notwithstanding what was told by Ellers this evening with Ariana's presentation, but my initial focus will be to try to keep that consistent moving forward in the coming years. So this resolution tonight just authorizes and ties the increases for 2026 to that 2.7%.
Questions for Brian, Mark?
Yeah, well, I'll go ahead and make the motion, and if it's seconded, I'd like to be recognized with a question for Brian. So the motion is to approve the 2.7% rate increase to the village sewer and stormwater utilities effective December 1st, 2025.
And Bob, is that your second? Thank you for that. Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, so Brian, I just wanted to ask whether there's been any modeling done. It sounds like it's still to come of the sewer utility with respect to building capital in that utility, such that it is able to do the capital expenditures down the road. So is this sufficient to cover operations, or will it be enough to contribute to capital going forward so that utility will be able to do projects without undue financing?
Right now, that is still pending with Ellers, so I don't have an immediate answer, and that's where I was hesitant to say it will be staying consistent to this pending the outcome of their review. But I think for right now, this establishes a solid rate that minimally adjusts things to keep it alignment with changes in cost.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion by Mark, seconded by Bob. Further discussion, otherwise ready to vote? All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, the motion carries. Item 7C4, discussion and possible action resolution R-2025-14, a one-time cost of living increase adjustment to the village wage schedule. Brian speaks to this in his memo, but Brian, you want to speak to this more?
Sure, John. So as I clarified in the budget presentation, there was ongoing village police union contract this year that was negotiated over the summer. We finally had that finalized just a few weeks ago. So overall, there are two different adjustments with staff pay, one being for the officers next year, and that is to keep all the rates consistent within the police department, and then one for all general staff. But overall, the impacts of these changes to the budget due to some of the departures, retirements, and resetting of the wage scale, the overall impact on the village budget to the general fund is a modest 2.9% increase overall. So I feel like we were able to accomplish a lot, keeping in alignment with the strategic plan, the directives of the ad hoc police committee, and still do sound and responsible adjustment to the wage scale for 2026.
Thanks for that, Brian. Questions for Brian? We also have a recommended motion.
Yeah, I have questions.
Yeah.
Can you give staff the wage adjustment without changing the schedule?
So that, to answer that question. So the two scenarios that I presented in front of the Personnel Committee 2 months ago, when this topic came up, I believe 2 months ago, there was either the option to adjust things via a step increase with a smaller cost of living increase to make up that difference, or one adjustment across the board for all staff to get our scale better in alignment with some of the other neighboring communities that are looked at as our main competitors. And I think one of the pieces and why we have been falling behind is that the village has traditionally tried to look to increase things through the step increase process through our personnel policy manual for staff annually. But it has come at a smaller cost of living increase allotment. So the wage scale isn't adjusting overall to keep pace with some of the other communities that we neighbor, some of our main competitors. So with the opportunity for this year to have the board or the police union negotiation do an across the board adjustment for all employees, when looking at how much we are behind some of the main comparables that we look at, I just felt it was in the best interest of the village to try to promote doing the one-time wage scale adjustment to just kind of pull us a little bit closer to those communities from a pay comparison sake, starting pay, and other factors. So that was sort of the thought process behind it. Personnel Committee believed that that was a good approach for this year, and they supported that.
Is this, this is separate from the police union contract, right?
Correct. Well, that is included within the scale. The overall police, the management police will have the matching and corresponding increase that the union officers receive, so that it matches and stays consistent across the pay scale. And we don't have a situation arising where our entry-level management positions are being surpassed by the union non-management positions from a pay adjustment standpoint. This keeps everybody in alignment without any conflicts of people crossing each other, lower paid officers being paid more than our management people that are at higher grades.
I don't know why I'm puzzled, because there's a scale, right? There's this wage scale. But in reality, you've got like 4 or 5 people who are staff. And I think maybe whether I would want to, I don't know, it's just a weird way. Does anybody else feel like it's a weird way to give people raises? Like, I would rather give somebody a raise, but to say our scale is not in alignment with another community. Well, what if everybody in our community is on step 6, 7, 8, 9 is getting higher wages? Maybe there's just something that I'm missing here. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you're changing the scale, but if everybody's already at the top of the scale, saying that you're trying to match the other communities, well, what if their people are at a lower scale? It's just an interesting, weird way I would just rather give somebody a 3% raise than to change the chart. Maybe the next person you bring in, you want to bring them in at $18 an hour. Maybe you want to bring them at 20, but by changing the scale, you don't, it's just, maybe I'm thinking this because, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I understand where you're coming from. The scale changes every year based on the cost of living that the board approves. The difference is, in the past, we have done less generous cost of living increases, and people have received their step increase to go up the ladder. But the fallout from that is that when we're comparing these against other communities, and some of these communities have gone to referendum, and I think this was spoken to at great length in the police ad hoc final report, some of the starting wages, when we compare our police department to let's just say Maple Bluff right now from like a comparable of similar nature, size, scope, proximity. Because we have not gone to referendum or changed wages in the greater sense of a larger COLA, our starting rates, just by a comparison's sake, I think we were possibly $5 or $6 an hour behind now. So this was the way that we could fit this responsibly within the budget, adjust the scale so that we can narrow that gap between the communities, and just handle it a different way so our scale doesn't keep falling further and further behind. There's no guarantees that the village wants to go to referendum, so I thought this was a good opportunity to do this with the police union contract being the driving force.
Just to be clear, I'm not against wages. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just saying that maybe it would be, I would want to just see like, okay, who are the employees and where are they on the scale? Because we keep talking about how our starting point in Village Short Hills is lower than Maple Bluff. But what if all of our officers are much higher? I mean, it's a piece of information that I don't have, so it makes it difficult to figure out to do this kind of an analysis. But maybe, does anybody else have a thought? Does Carol have a thought?
I mean, I think the idea was to lift all the boats. You know, all of our boats are below the comparable boats in the other communities. So by concentrating on cost of living increase, everybody moves up because everybody needs to move up. And you know, steps on the wage grid giving people a step increase that has other budgetary and equity ramifications. So I think Brian decided that and the personnel committee approved that the important consideration this year, right now, is to lift all the boats.
I guess it's
59. Okay, Julie's telling me page 59 of the packet, which I don't have the PDF in front of me right now, but I think references what we're speaking to a little bit.
But I think I'm speaking to something else. Like, let's just say somebody here makes 60,000. How do you know that for that job with that expertise, it's the equivalent of Maple Bluff? How do we know that we're doing apples to apples comparisons? How do you know that the person, I'm just making up stuff, like the person in this admin assistant is new to the job and is getting paid $50,000 a year. The person in Maple Bluff has been there for 30 years, is at the high end. So it's not an apples to apples comparison. So I get lifting the vote, but are you sure?
I think when it comes to the negotiation for the police union contract, a driving force is looking at the starting wage of officers and where they stand after periods in their tenure, 1 year, 3 year, 5 year, and that's kind of the comparable that's used in the negotiation to establish what we're trying to achieve from comparison's sake. So I think the further we fall behind from that starting wage, the less likely overall we are going to be to secure new officers. You're going to have to secure officers that have high levels of experience, put them at a higher point on the scale. And it doesn't always work out that that's the candidate that's available for the job. So we do risk, if we don't adjust the scale overall, we might not have any more applicants applying from those entry level price points either.
It's just like, I don't know what it is. I'm like, I don't like feeling like I'm cornered and that you have to do this, and just, you know why it bothers me? Because I've been on this board for 7 years and I've been on the personnel committee, and we did 5% increases and another 5%. It was 2% and then it was 3% COLA. And I think we've tried to meet staff's needs to every extent possible, adding days. And then I hear a budget crisis happening at the same time. I would rather give people raises and not necessarily change the grid. And I think that's where I'm stuck because I think it limits you with the next person that you're going to meet. I don't know what it is. I don't even know. This grid, it just bothers me, but.
I think Julie wants to comment if they're okay with her adding one statement here.
Yeah, go ahead, Julie.
Okay, so I understand where Shabnam's coming from. We've had to do some hirings, we've just hired 3 new employees this month. When we go to advertise, we have to advertise what's based on that grid. So we usually advertise for a new position from step 1 to like, you have a price range of step 1 to step 4, maybe for starting, depending on people's expertise when they come on. So what we were seeing is we weren't being competitive at that lower level. But the thing I wanted to point out is if you look on page 59 of your packet, where there's this summary of benefits, even with, it sounds like we're giving this huge raise. But if you look at it, it's only affecting the general fund budget, which affects our tax levy. So it's only affecting our taxpayers. It only went up 2.9% in wages and benefits. And that includes a almost 12% increase in our health insurance. Because we've had so much turnover and so many people are at the bottom end of the scale. I know what you're saying, like, where are they? Are they at the top end, the bottom end? We have a lot of people that went up a position but down on the scale. Because we had people at the top leave in them. So Brian was talking about the police union. That's done. The union officers are not on here. The officers that are on here are the non-represented officers. So we had a chief leave. New chief came on at a lower level. Then that opened a lieutenant position. New lieutenant stepped up, but it's at the lower level. So because everyone is more toward that lower level now, we were able to give these increases and hopefully we'll, if we have to do any more openings, but we can start people actually at step 1. What was happening is we were hiring people, starting them at step 5, because that's how out of whack our grid was. So we're hoping that we do have a lot more people on the lower end of the scale right now. So I don't know, I mean, it's public information. We can say how many people we have at each step in each position, but I can tell you it's moved down quite a bit in the last couple of years since I've been here. Is that helpful?
I mean, I guess, I don't know. Like, does everybody get a 3% raise every year? Do you all get it? Does everybody get that?
It depends on what the board passes. I've been here for 2 years. And both times we got a small COLA and a step, and the steps are approximately 3%. So that's kind of saying you have the experience, you're more valuable to the village, you get your step increase. And it's usually been across the board for people who had been there, like for the full year kind of thing. Like if somebody gets hired in November, they didn't get a step increase.
Sure.
But at the time, the first time it was like, I think inflation was at 7%, but our wage scale went up 2%. We treated the employees well. The employees got basically a cost of living, but it was a cost of living and step combined that made the cost of living. So our wage scale hasn't been going at the cost.
Sure. It's just that I, in my mind, I think somebody getting a raise when they're making over $100,000 is different than somebody at $40,000. I just think that there's a difference there. And at the person who's making over $100,000, maybe you don't need a step increase right now, given the dynamics, given what we're dealing with.
Sean, thanks for that. Dietmar, I see your hand up.
Thank you. I think it's the right thing to do, and it's the right thing to do to actually truly address it only in a way of adjusting COLA across the board. And the analogy of tide rising all boats is a very apropos one, without really addressing and having people step up on the scale. To your illustration, Julie, maybe they're already at step 5 and step 6 this go around, etc. This only addresses the cost of inflation that we're all experiencing. And in doing so, it's the right thing to do. So I'm ready to vote. I'd like to call the vote actually here pretty shortly. But maybe Mark, I see your
I
face.
think you need to make the motion first.
Yeah,
Who
we
hasn't
need a
made the
motion,
motion?
Dietmar.
I'll make a motion.
I don't think
to,
so.
My gosh, now I'm really disorganized here. I apologize.
Oh,
Where are we here?
Here.
To
Dietmar,
approve resolution R 2025-14, adjusting the 2026 wage scale with increases of 5% effective the first paycheck of 2026.
thanks for that. Is there a second? Mark?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, further discussion on the motion? Yeah, just from my standpoint, the fact that we're not providing the step just made it an easier move from my standpoint, and I was happy to hear that the personnel committee fully supported it, so I'm gonna support it as well. All right, ready to vote? All those in favor, please say aye, raise your hand. Okay, opposed? Abstentions? Okay,
I
that
want more
motion,
information.
yeah.
That's okay.
No, I can appreciate that, Shabnam. All right, that motion carries. All right, item 7C5, discussion and possible action approval of 2026 step increases, police department, non-union sworn officers. Brian, did you want to, I know you spoke to that a little bit. Did you want to add anything more?
Yeah, this is just for our management police employees. And again, this is to match the rate of cost of living that was offered to the union officers within the negotiation. So this keeps everybody in alignment. There are no employees crossing one another from a non-union or a union basis across a management staff member. So it maintains the differences on the pay scale for everybody appropriately. And it's the right thing to do to match that within the department.
Okay, there's a suggested motion in the packet. If someone wants to put that on the table.
This is Bob. I'll make the motion that we approve 2026 step increase, police department, non-union sworn officers.
Thanks for that, Bob. Is there a second to that motion? I think I see Carol's hand up. Okay, further discussion? Ready to vote? All those in favor, please say aye, raise your hand. Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, that motion carries. All right, item 7C6, discussion, possible action amendment, a village personnel policy manual to add June 19th holiday, June 19th holiday. See the administrator's memo in the packet. Carol, do you want to speak to this?
Yeah, we talked about this in personnel. Everyone is in favor. The jurisdictions around us all have Juneteenth. UW Madison has Juneteenth. So it's the right thing to do. Besides that, it's the right thing to do.
So is that a motion I hear coming from you then, Carol?
So the motion is to approve amendment of the village personnel policy manual to add the Juneteenth holiday, June 19th, to the current list of observed village holidays effective January 1st, 2026.
Is there a second to that motion?
I will.
Thank you. Thank you, Kate. Further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. That motion carries. Item 7C7, discussion possible action resolution R-2025-15 to approve the levy in the 2026 village budget. The budget as presented to the board during the November 11th public hearing remains the same, minor edits in the 2026 budget book as identified by the village board during the budget public hearing were corrected. As discussed during the public hearing, the overall impact of the 2026 village salary increases resulted in a 2.9% increase to the general fund. And also Chief Weitzel submitted a memo regarding the PD squad car. There's a recommended motion. Mark, did you want to kick off further discussion on this?
I'll kick it off by making the motion to approve Resolution R 2025-15, approving the 2025 tax levy and the 2026 village budget. And really, I don't have much to add to that point because we held a public hearing on this not too long ago. It's basically the same budget. It is the same budget that was presented at that hearing. One or two open questions I think have been addressed in the packet. For instance, the police car, and so I'm in favor of it.
Thanks for that, Mark. Bob, I think I saw your hand as a second.
Yeah, I'll second that motion.
Okay. Further discussion on the motion? This is a big one. This is the big one for the year. I thought we had a good discussion after the public hearing last week. Staff just did such a great job on this, and I think the Ellers software package is really going to help us make good decisions as we move forward. As I mentioned earlier, we expected some deficits the last few years. We just haven't had them. We had 104,000 surplus. I think 130,000 surplus the year before that. Our fund balance, our recommended range is in that 15 to 25%. We're at 34.5%. The credit union was really what impacted our total assessed value when that went from a taxable asset to a non-taxable asset. The comparables to some of the other communities, we talked about that a little bit last week. Maple Bluff, our levies in the 3.5 million range. The Maple Bluff levies they authorized in 2024 referendum to go to 4.7 million, and they have a lot less parcels than we do. They have 613 parcels. We have 793 parcels. So I'm feeling good about the direction of this budget. I'm feeling great about the work, the really hard work. I mean, the amount of work that went in for them to pull this together when they were short-staffed. It's a really, really busy time of the year for the staff, and they really did a yeoman's work on it. So those are just a couple comments I wanted to share. Any other thoughts before we vote on the budget?
John, before we do any voting, I guess I would just offer an opinion here, I'm sorry, a fact that Shabnam just stepped out, and I think she should be part of the voting process.
Okay.
So when she gets back, I think.
Yeah, let's just take a minute. Go ahead, Kate.
John. Yeah, I thought Dietmar was going to be running the meeting tonight, so I let him know. I have to drop soon from the call. Apologies. But I'm hoping I can stay on 5 more minutes or so, then we can get to facilities. So I just want to let you know.
Thanks for letting me know that.
You can vote. Sorry. I thought you would have just voted.
No, welcome back. This is a important vote, Shabnam, so we want to make sure you were part of it. So we've got the motion to approve the 2025 tax levy and the 2026 village budget. Are we ready to vote? All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. Opposed? Abstentions? That motion carries. Item 7C8, discussion 2026 village facilities project. The board approved the 2026 CIP during the October meeting, and within the plan set aside funding for undetermined facilities project. Given the board is undecided, Brian's asking for us to prioritize the following projects. Kate, I know that you're time constrained here. Do you want to speak to your memo?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks, John. Yeah. So just, I know we have, as I wrote in the memo, it's all in there, but to just kind of recap, I think that it would be a good process to just kind of look at, are there some higher level? I think each of us are going to approach this facilities conversation with many different perspectives. And John, I see in your memo, you've already outlined some, highest priority buildings that you feel strongly about. I personally think that we should not really be at that stage yet. I think we have not properly engaged the public yet. And I think we as a board can align on some higher level principles around what will guide our decision making before we start to jump to solutions. And I just want to remind everyone, we just went through this logic process. I do not think it was run very well in terms of getting the right public feedback at the right time. And I do think, a couple residents talked about ad hoc committees tonight. John, I know you're proposing 4. I think that is way too many. I think if we do have an ad hoc committee, which I am open to, but I've seen suggestions from other committees, not get adopted, and we'd really have to empower that committee to truly lead that effort and take their suggestions seriously. So if we do that, then I would be in favor of potentially exploring that. However, what I've written out is just looking at this process really high level. I know we have a time component here because we have to start spending, dollars as soon as possible in 2026. So unfortunately, we are a bit rushed, but these are big decisions. I do think because we have an opportunity to look at multiple buildings at the same time, we should not approach these decisions in siloed, funnels or whatever. We should look at it as a Rubik's Cube for the village. And so that's why I thought for us, an exercise we could do at the board level would be to align on what are some principles that we want to apply as we have this conversation. For example, the first one I laid out in my memo is looking at how do we design spaces that are in line with benchmarks across other municipalities. And we're not designing just for one person's opinion potentially, or a staff member's, must-haves at this very moment. We should be modeling like a future police station after what are best practices in police stations of villages at our size. So that is one principle that I think we could align to as a board of trustees. Now, then we can apply that to the discussion and then also how we engage and get resident feedback. The big thing I wanted to also shout out is I saw in Brian's notes, he is proposing a December meeting. Carol and I have spoken and we were thinking of more of a January workshop, but regardless, I am open to, if we think we can get our ducks in a row before, December 13th, great, the sooner the better. I do think we need to have a longer form conversation where we engage the public. A workshop, it sounds like, has worked well in the past to kind of have this conversation with a unbiased moderator to come in and engage residents. Not everyone is going to get what they want in these conversations, but at least we can hear people and understand different perspectives before we start jumping to what we think the solutions are. We do have to get to that phase quickly, but I think there is a step in between. And so I would definitely be in favor of moving forward a some kind of a workshop session, longer form, where we engage both department heads and staff members that are critical to the conversation, but also our residents and also our board. And we need to have that conversation first to then start to plot out where we actually going to spend our money and investment in the future of this community and of our staff. So that was my whole point. Everything else is in the memo. And my ask to trustees would be, think about what are the principles that you feel are important. Again, at that really high altitude, a 30,000 foot view, what are some things that we could look at as we have this conversation, not jumping to, well, I think, like X building is outdated and we should only spend X amount of money on here. I think we need to just go one click up higher just for a very short term, not stay at that altitude forever, but then get more realistic as we engage the right stakeholders. So thank you.
Yeah, Kate, thanks for that. Bob, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I agree that we should discuss this, and the sooner the better. My concern is we're just going to keep replowing the same ground. Some of this has been done, Kate. FGMA provided us a lot of information, for example, about how police stations are typically designed, and some of the things you need to take into account. We have spreadsheets on that, and we've been through some of this. I'm not opposed to sitting down and talking about some of this again, but this is not a fresh subject. We have gone through a lot of these iterations. So, but I'm all for sitting down and doing it. I think there's some things we can do. For example, I believe that the firehouse, the work that's needed there is largely for our own, really exclusively for the DPW. And while public input would be invited, we're not talking, I don't think about designing, the front of the building or new architectural. It's more to make the facility more functional for Terry and his crew. So it seems to me that's something that could be pretty easily fast-tracked. As far as, the village hall and the pool and making some of those decisions, I agree that would take a lot more public input to see what people want. I did appreciate your note. I do have a question about the critical decision points. And in number 2, you asked, do we want to sell 810 Shorewood Boulevard? I was wondering if you could explain that to me. Under what circumstance would that be appropriate?
Yeah, so my intention with kind of the critical decision points is around, basically we should have a conversation around where is the community center? That's point 1, right? Some people might think it should still be at the pool. Others may want to decouple that, right? So the second one that you asked about is there's been, especially during Logic, there was a lot of heat and pressure around, is our intention to sell 810 Shorewood? Because if it is, then we probably should do as minimal of a renovation or investment in that building, as possible. We're looking at this similarly with the pool, where if we're going to tear that building down, why would we spend a ton of money updating things for this summer? So that's the question. Do we intend in the short term, the next, 3 to 5 years, is our intention to sell 810 Shorewood? If we agree that as a community that it is, then we would go about one path on how we would update and preserve that space, is my thought around that. If we don't think we're going to sell it, then we have maybe we want to put more investment into that building or expand it. I don't know. These are questions I think we need to engage fellow residents, experts on, and the other trustees. I'm not trying to jump to, I do have some initial thoughts on these questions. I am not explain, I'm not going to share that tonight because I want to hear from residents. I want to have as open of a mind as I can and look at some of the data that is still relevant that you mentioned from FGMA. Great. We have that. Awesome. So let's resurface that, and have that as part of the conversation.
Well, I just think a companion question to that should be, what is the alternative? Where do you go we have to have our administration police reside somewhere. So if you sell that, then
yeah, absolutely.
Do we buy more
absolutely.
property or, okay.
Yeah, there has been a lot of focus from the board on wanting to sell 810 Shorewood for whatever reason. I think it's part of the University Ave corridor plan, I guess, at one point, but I think we should decide, is that really the intention, or do we want to hold on to that property and invest some, renovation dollars into it and make it really work for us? I think we need to decide that.
I always thought it was tied, the sale of the existing village hall was a function of the fact that we had another place to go, whether it was Logic or whether we went into the firehouse or we went somewhere else. But it doesn't seem to me logical to think about selling it unless you got someplace else to go. And then I would mention regarding your third comment that I think it's important to look back at Terry's letter that he submitted in regard to Logic and his desire to keep operations at the firehouse. I think that's a very important thing to keep in mind as we consider some of these other alternatives. So that's all I have.
Okay. Shabnam, did I see your hand up?
Sure. I'm not sure. I think that maybe Bob and Kate are having a different conversation. And maybe I'm just kind of interpreting my own thoughts, but I think what I hear Kate saying more is, can we figure out at a higher level how we want to make this decision? So we've got this $3 million, and everybody's got competing interests on how to spend it. The politics of the past would be the loudest voice is going to get their way. And what Kate is saying is, could we have some data? Could we do a survey of residents, get data from staff, not, ambiguous words that are hyperbolic, but like just some more data. And maybe we have to use that to figure out how we want to make that decision. So everybody gets to, put in their numbers in an Excel spreadsheet. 10% is public resident input. 10% is, the structure, the facility, but some kind of a concept to make a decision moving forward that is based in fact and evidence and data, and not just one person or two people convincing everybody of that's the way we have to go. And I think, what do you guys think? You guys have thoughts on this? The bigger question first is like prioritizing the buildings. And once we prioritize the building, then we could get into the details of that building. And it's the two, and I'm just gonna go a little further. It's really two buildings that I think are fighting for attention. Am I wrong on that? Are there three? So we've got to have a way to make this decision where it's not just, fear, we have to do this one, persuasiveness without some facts. We just want some facts and evidence and data. Survey the residents, the building, percentage, who's going to put, everybody having a chance to put in their part with equal value.
Kate, I see your hand up.
I'm happy to give someone else a turn. I think my only comment is just, I know, I think Brian was the one that put this on the agenda. I just want to say, I think I would like to reject the premise that we have to prioritize buildings right now, because number one, I personally do not feel prepared that I have enough input to do that. Number two, I actually think that we may have to do multiple things at the same time. Now, there will be a first in line because we need to, think about these building blocks as they fall, so to speak. But I don't think we want to pit buildings in our village against each other right now. I think we have a moment here where we have, 1008 Shorewood, which has a lot of potential. We have a building, a pool building that clearly needs to get torn down. And we have a question mark around 810, Shorewood and what happens there. And I think we need to simultaneously look at all three of these buildings at the same time. And some of us, my intention of the decision points are, we might be making some assumptions here, and Bob, it's interesting to hear that you thought, we'd only be selling 810 if we had another option, but because I've still heard John talk about, well, we need to sell 810. So I think there's also some alignment, as trustees that we need to get to. So that's my whole thought here, is that I think actually saying, well, who's first in line here is kind of the wrong way to look at it. Yes, we are going to spend dollars on a building first, but before we can get to that, we need to have a real look at, if we're moving the community center, where is that going? If we are updating certain aspects of 810, who is that for? It's all part of a major puzzle. And when we break off little chunks and solve little things here and there, I think we are missing a major opportunity that this village has at this moment, given how much borrowing we can do over the next coming years and the current state of all these facilities.
Thanks for that, Kate. This is a discussion item. Bob?
Well, I would just say, Kate, I agree with you more than you might think. I really think we need to look at these different, especially in regard to a community center, in regard to the village hall. We need to look at the different sites and the pool and make a decision. What is the function of each of these places? We don't want to, as you said, put money into the pool second floor and then duplicate that effort at 810 Shorewood Boulevard. So I agree with all that. I just it just seems to me, and having looked this over the past year and a half, that the lowest hanging fruit, it appears to me, is the firehouse, because the alternatives for DPW, I don't know what they would be. Maybe there's something we haven't thought of, but cold storage seems to be the only place that DPW could possibly go, and that seems to be off the table as far as Terry's concerned. So this is the reason that it seems logical to me that the firehouse could be the first thing to look at. But I totally agree with you as far as the other spaces, that needs a lot of input. We need to decide as a board, as a community, and staff as well, what the functions of those places are going to be and where we're going to put our effort into.
Thanks, Bob. Other thoughts on this? Carol?
I agree with Bob in emphasizing functions. And I think this might be a problem that falls under the category of optimization of an objective function under constraints. And we can piece together our objective function. It's some combination of workability for the admin staff, workability for the DPW, the police. We can rank them. We can talk about what are the important pieces of that objective function, and also community center at the pool. And then we've got our constraints. And obviously the biggest constraint is money. And I think we need to be looking at both 2026 and 2027. They're both coming up really fast. How are we going to spend all of that $7-8 million? That all needs to be one big constraint. And then we have other constraints. And I think one of them is getting balancing the value of getting the value out of the buildings that we have versus risks of inflation and driving up costs later on. So we'll come up with some other constraints, I'm sure. Some of them are logistic.
But I would just submit that as something for everybody to kind of toss over in their mind, a framework that applies to many problems. Optimization under constraints.
Shabnam?
I agree with, and I don't know if I think Kate made a very good point that it's not a pie and we don't have to fight over resources. Maybe we should be taking multiple projects forward at the same time. Both require phasing, both require planning and blueprints, and bringing them forward at the same time. You can make sure you don't miss anything, or opportunities. She keeps bringing up the word, it's an opportunity. Why would we could do both? One might get money first, one blueprint might get finished first, one project might start first, but we're not competing. All these projects need to be done. It's an opportunity to go forward with all of them so you can make better decisions. And to your point of like functionality and making sure you don't miss anything and get it right under constraints.
Dietmar?
Yeah, I'd like to say a few things. I might be a bit across the board, or my thoughts might be more random than you typically expect, so I apologize. I think as far as any conversations about facilities are concerned, I would like to start using new nomenclature. And Kate already picked up on that. We had a conversation about it. I would like to refer to the facilities as 810 Sherwood Boulevard, which is the building that we're in right now. And I'd like to refer to the other facility that some people call DPW or the old fire station as 1008 Sherwood Boulevard. And there's a functional reason for that, is that it takes away any stigma that comes away with what these facilities do right now, good, bad, or indifferent. What I'm fearful of as we're sitting here contemplating how to approach this thing is a lack of appreciation that a decision is already made. What I mean by that is, to Carol's point, we have constraints, and the constraints are real. And you may not know what the answers are. I believe I do. Now, I'm one voice, one body, without much input from the public. But we're constrained fiscally to solve something. And I also don't want to look at this as we need to spend money. I want to look at it as we need to invest money, or we need to invest the money into our facilities because it is much needed. I don't think that we should focus on big schemes of reinventing facilities, but we should improve them to bring them into this decade and into the next decade. So while there might be conversation of grandeur of what we should do with 810 Sherwood Boulevard, as I stated before, and as I continue to state, this building needs TLC. 1008 Sherwood Boulevard needs some TLC. Those are two projects. And once those TLC items are addressed, then a conversation can be had with what and how to accommodate at 1008 Sherwood Boulevard community. There's truly a desire to spend that kind of money because there's underutilized space there. So I'm fearful that if we continue on like the way we have been for the last 18, almost 24 months, we will be in the same spot 6 months from now. No resolution, no direction. We're still just navel gazing on what we want to do. So there is a time is of the essence. We have constraints. We have to put a foot forward. And that means these are design permutations that are rooted in minimum changes, but effective operational updates. Those plans already exist to some extent. And we have to share this with our constituents, and we have to share these possibilities. But we don't have options from A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, nor is it realistic to develop options A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. These are these are some, they're truly, what am I trying to say here? We're so constrained that to focus on anything but moderate improvements here, which will include paint, which should include carpet, which should include some reorientation of the spatial and internal movements, that's all we should do. And at 1008 Shore Boulevard, we should get Terry more operational and functional. Do I think we should raise the roof? Absolutely not. Do I think we should try to see if we can activate the second floor of where the fire department used to be? Yeah, I think that warrants conversation and that warrants public input. So that's the way I would like to approach this. And I know we had talked about in early January, some perhaps open house or some forum of sharing that information. That's what we really need to focus on. And I believe Tom Deegan, with his deliverables of the service 1 and 2, has developed those options that we're talking about.
You did neglect the pool building in your conversation.
No, it was agreed upon at our last meeting that the pool renovations will be much further out.
It was not agreed on. Sorry, that is absolutely not true.
I'm not willing to get into.
How could you say that? How could you say a lie? That is a lie.
That is
We didn't-
inaccurate.
It is not true. It is not true. We did not agree. There's nothing in the minutes. You can go look at the video.
Please stop. Let me finish my thoughts and then you can go on from there. Okay? Thank you. So we have prioritized a 10 Shore Boulevard.
No.
We have prioritized if you are not part of the majority, that's okay. And when I say we, I'm going to speak for the majority on this.
Who's the majority?
Fair. I think that we have prioritized as a body through the strategic plan that our priorities are 810 Shorewood Boulevard and 1008 Shorewood Boulevard. And that's fact. Now, there are more permutations that will come forward and there are desires by the pool committee to perhaps do more. And mind you that I've been the biggest proponent of doing something with the pool early on when we talked about capital improvement for this. So do not throw me under the bus. Do not call me a liar.
No, but what you're saying
Okay.
is that at the last meeting, we all decided that we were going to prioritize those two buildings. I have a recollection of telling Julie, make sure you put it in the minutes that we are not prioritizing one building over the other. And for you to say that the pool building is out and that we decided this at the
It is
last
out
meeting,
much further into the distance. We're talking
We
about
did-
solving 2026 CIP project.
that $3 million was not allocated for any building. Watch the tape and read the minute.
You are correct in that statement. Yes, but it is not in line with our strategic plan.
That
Because-
is not what we decided at the last meeting.
Because the previous conversations about the pool were moderate improvements to the tune of $1 million. And only recently has it changed after the pool assessment study that there's a desire for the pool committee to recommend a much broader, a much more in-depth, and a much greater vision of the pool building. That cost is not supported by the 2026 or 2027 CIP in order to pull that off. So yes, I'm only talking about it in the context of the amount that has been approved for the 2026 budget, which will not meet the pool improvements that are on the table and on the docket for the pool right now. So that's why I'm saying we're focusing on 810 and 1008 Shorewood Boulevard.
Okay, just clarify, you are focusing on 810 and the other one,
You're
that's
correct.
fine.
I am focusing on that with my statement.
But the board has not decided that. I think that's pretty clear. I think we need to find a way to figure this out. We are everybody's saying their own opinion and nobody is coming up with a plan or a process that we could agree to for how to figure this out. What data are we going to use? What process are we going to have to figure this out? Everybody wants something different. And what are you going to do when you decide to prioritize DPW building and a year later you don't have a plan? That's why I think you should actually go forward with multiple plans. Because what are you going to do in 6 months from now when you don't have a developer or you don't have something. And the other thing, the pool committee should have 3 or 4 bids or cost estimates. We got FGMA saying 20 million, and then we've got Tom Deegan coming in at like 10 million sometimes. So if Rainmaker wants to say 4 million, who's to say that that building really needs $4 million? Isn't it appropriate to have 3 or 4 bids before you decide what is the actual cost of renovating a building? We've gone from 2 million to 5 million to 20 million. Carol.
Carol, go ahead.
I think what Shabnam just said underscores a possible reason to look at 810 and 1008 first, because there are simpler things to do here that might not require as much of an extensive planning and bidding and design process that could be ready to go within the time frame of 2026. The pool building or pool renovations, that's a much bigger lift. We're not ready to do that in 2026. And so I feel like just by virtue of where we are right now and the size of the projects, that the pool may come later. It's not that we shouldn't be thinking about it, but I don't see how we can pull off the pool first.
Well, I think that a clever, smart board will figure out how to achieve everyone or multiple outcomes. The pool building has been on the back burner for 10, 20 years. And it's always one more year, kick it down. And I asked last time, are there any assurances that people could provide that would bring the community together and not divide us? That would say pool would be done if we plan it out this year in 2027. I'm fine with moving things around, and maybe DPW building needs to go as a priority. I can get behind those things, but what I can't get behind is, well, I can't tell you what's going to happen 5 years from now. I can only plan. And to hear that and to have residents constantly be told next year, I think everybody here is smarter than that and better than that. I think people can come up with not dividing the community, but bringing the community together.
I see Kate's hand up, then Mark.
Kate, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I just want to quickly, I hear you that we are constrained. However, it's not like we only have $500,000. We have upwards of $4 million for this coming year. And I know the CIP was not approved fully in the last meeting or whatever, but there is a large chunk of cash also slated for facilities updates in 27. So I would hate for us to artificially go so narrow at this stage where we aren't able to think a little creatively beyond, what we've got here, to actually look at what, if we are going to do pool, that does have to, if we're going to do pool in the next 2 years, that has to start now. So, in order to actually break ground. So I do think we need to pursue all options. And again, I would advocate, and I want to put this again in front of the board. Are you in favor of having a Saturday workshop conversation that is moderated and that we're a space where we can hear directly from some of our department heads and also start to engage residents and get some of their feedback? Because again, I do want to remind folks, rewind the tape 6 months ago. We did not get resident feedback early on in the process, and look where that landed us. So I do think that is critical. I hear you. I'm the new person here. I have not sat through all of the FGMA, reports of the last 3 years, but I think we have a fresh look here. We have a reignited conversation around our facilities. And again, I really want us to see this as a positive, the one flip of this is like, well, gosh, we've kicked the can down the, road so many times that now we have all these dilapidated facilities. Well, let's see this as a benefit. Let's see this as an opportunity. We can now have a conversation where we have multiple, pieces in play to come up with the cocktail that is going to be the best long-term, I'm thinking 20, 30 years for the next generation of villagers to enjoy. And that's why I also put in my memo, you know, I think investing in community space is critical. How do we want to live here as a community? How have things changed in the last 10 years? How do we need to think about modern facilities and how people use them and how workspaces operate now? And also, you know, just how we, you know, enable our staff to have a very comfortable, safe, friendly, you know, place to come and work. So I think we can do both things. I think pitting those things against each other is a big mistake.
Thanks, Kate. Mark.
Yeah. I don't know, my feeling is that the only thing that, as a practical matter, we can do in the short term, other than planning, in terms of actually doing construction, planning construction, and so on, is at 1008. And it's based on the extensive study that's already been done on that building. We don't need to study that building anymore. We know what the staff, Harry, has already documented what issues are from his staff perspective. I think the only sort of impediment in my mind is that other options have been put on the table, specifically putting multiple departments in 1008, right? So as long as we're still thinking about a 3-department solution to 1008 or a 2-department solution to 1008, it's going to really impede our ability to address the more immediate issues that I see for DPW in that site. And so I really would like to focus on that. And if that means taking some things off the table, like the notion of 3 departments in that facility or 2 departments in that facility, those more grandiose visions, then by all means, we need to do it. The other thing I would say is the community center, the community room, if you will, is kind of a linchpin to the whole pool planning. Okay, we can't move forward with the pool planning until we know where the village stands on community center. Does it want a community center? Where does it want it to be located? What is the programming that's going to go on there? I think it's very difficult to move forward on things like a new planned building or major renovations of that facility without having answers to those questions. We have polled the pool community members, so we know from surveys, from other input, what they're looking for. So the programming there, the use of that facility is much better understood. But it's joined at the hip, literally, with the community room. And that needs to be figured out. And if there's something that's been holding up the community center and the pool for all these years, it's that coupling of the two. And the pool community is trying to move forward, but it needs the board to address the community center. So for me, the priorities would be, what can we get done with what we already know? Are we comfortable? Let's make some improvements in 1008 exclusively for DPW, because that's where they want to work out of. That's the most efficient location for them. And that's something that we can do in the short term. All this other stuff is going to require, it's obvious from the discussion tonight, there's a lot of different opinions, and all the other stuff's going to take longer to sort out. But I really would encourage people to focus on the community center to sort of unlock what is going to happen, because you can't just move the community center anywhere, right? We only have 3 locations in the village to work with. There's not that an endless number of permutations that we can work with here. So I would hope that we could focus on 1080 and we could figure out the community center, and hopefully once those things get done, then that would kind of set us up to deal with the remaining departments and facilities.
It's Carol, then Kate, then Shabnam.
Thank you, John. I agree that we need a big forum soon to try to start integrating all of this information into plan. I think that there's plenty to talk about, with our neighbors, with the residents, about the community center. Where should it be? What should it look like? What needs to be able to happen in the community center? Because I think that, I think that is where the community really cares the most. And I think we've already come a really long way on lining out the things to happen at 10:08, the things to happen at 8:10. I think we already know quite a bit about that. I think where we really want that, where I feel like I don't know what the community wants is the community center, the pool, community center. Will community center be at the pool? We might as well start talking about all that. There'll have to be design, and so I guess I'm saying, yeah, let's meet and let's engage. But maybe we have less to sort out than we thought.
Thanks for that, Carol. Kate?
Yeah, I agree with Carol. Again, I think it'd be great to get a straw poll from trustees. Does December, Brian threw out in his memo, December 13th as a date. Can that work to have that conversation? And do we need to center it with the first question around the community center? I think that is a great next step. Sounds like we need to have it. I do just want to point out some irony here from some of the trustees that have spoken. When we were pursuing logic, I was the person talking about DPW constantly. And I just find it interesting now that all of a sudden there is the big priority of 10:08, when logic was never going to solve any of those problems. So I just find that interesting right now because, it feels to me like things are moving here up and down depending on what people want. And this is why I think we should align on some core principles as a board that we want to apply to these conversations, some core values that we, can all agree on, because it seems to me that opinions are flip-flopping. And, I think it would be helpful to have some consistency. So again, I want to press the board so we can move on to the next item. I think we should look at December 13th as a date to have this follow-up conversation. Does that work for people? Can we agree on that?
Thanks, Kate. Shabnam, you were next, then Bob.
I'm okay.
Bob, go ahead.
Well, Kate, I disagree with you in regards to your statement that during logic, DPW was not a consideration. It was always there as something we knew we had to do. If you go back and look at our cost estimates, we have $2 million in there for DPW. It was always a priority.
Okay, thanks for that, Bob. So I want to be mindful of the time. Are there other thoughts that folks, I put I put a memo together, just as a conversation starter, just in terms of my mind. And, we've done a good job with the ad hoc committees. The ad hoc committees have been really effective when you've got one or two trustees and you've got residents focused on a particular project or project area. And, we may not need 4, to your point, Kate, but I think it'll allow us to really focus in. I'm certainly available on the 13th. I don't know if that's a conflict for anyone, but that's around the corner, and I think that's something we need to do. We don't have the benefit of a lot of time. I think, Kate, you've emphasized that, and I'd like us to meet sooner. I think the Public Works building is a first priority. But I want to have that discussion with the board, and Brian's going to have a lot to do. As we got through this budget, as we got through these multiple CIPs, now's the time to really dig in. I would also agree with Mark and Bob that we've done a lot of legwork on this. A lot of this could be design build or design remodel. And we've got great expertise in terms of Dietmar at the table. So I'm just really confident that we could move forward, and we could do a meeting with the department heads on the 13th. So I'd like us to aim for that. And if you have conflicts, now would be the opportunity to kind of raise those. And then I want to have the larger discussion about the pool and the community center and how that can be accommodated. We're still going to run into some of the things that we ran into when we were drawing some of the comparisons, the extreme costs and the plus 20% and the construction inflation and everything else. And so looking at some creative ways of avoiding some of that is something I think we'll be interested in as well. Other thoughts on this before we move on? Carol,
I'd like to.
Go ahead, Carol.
Yeah, I personally, I would, although we've had some success with ad hoc committees, I would really advocate avoiding that because I think we've decided that it's a board level function. These are the big decisions, and this is what we're supposed to do on the board. So that's one reason. Another reason, as I see, it's a nightmare for the staff to have 4 more committees that they have to keep track of, schedule, do the minutes. I mean, I think this is our job and we need to do it.
Okay. Shabnam, did you have more?
I think that the communications committee should send out a survey regarding the community center to get the feedback. There's some amazing, smart, intelligent people with PhDs on communication, and they are the ones who are up for that job. And I was hoping that maybe I agree, we don't need another ad hoc committee, but services is designed and in the ordinances to be doing some of this work once we figure out once we pass this decision-making step. But you have to give the chair access to information and not funnel everything through the administrator. If you empower a committee, they can do their job. And I think that Kate has shown very much that she would be capable of doing that.
Okay, other thoughts on this? Brian, are you getting enough from the board on this?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think if we're going for the 13th, I pulled the department head team. That was when the most availability exists currently from everybody and their schedules to possibly be available. I think if we kind of approach this like the workshop session that we did with the strategic plan, we can have it live streamed. People can still come out and listen, and we can have this conversation, renew the conversation, ask the department heads some of the things that they're dealing with. I mean, my thought with this again was the CIP is lined up that we only have a limited amount of money to handle it. It wasn't exactly how it has been done in the past. So for the prior considerations, so it's a little bit more or a smaller amount over 2 years, which I mean, we would have to talk to our financial advisors about how we can move things around. But I think time is of the essence. We have to get this established. We absolutely have to get started on this, and we have to have some direction in order to deliver this next year and adhere to our own borrowing plans.
No arbitrage, right, Brian?
Correct.
Yeah. All right. This is not an action item. Anything else anyone wants to say? Otherwise, we'll move on. Dietmar, you're up for 7C9, discussion and possible action. You want to lead that?
Sure. I want to clarify an item that's in the board packet that's not accurate. It is not my intention with any future agenda template to remove the administrator comments or the police report. I just want to categorically state that a simple misunderstanding and a misinterpretation of a draft agenda that I sent Ryan last week if you look at the agenda, and I'd like to share my screen just to kind of walk through that to illustrate the point. I'm still signed in. Am I not in there anymore, Chrissy?
You mean on
Okay.
Zoom?
Yep,
No.
I will join again. I apologize, guys. Sorry to keep you waiting.
We're talking about page 116 in the packet.
Yeah,
That's at the right place.
Well, I don't, I have it in front of me right now, but give me 1 second.
It's page 124 in the packet.
All right, Chrissy, I think I'm trying to get in now. Thank you. All right. Share. So I'm on page 121. This is a draft agenda that I sent back to Brian last week.
Oh, you're in the wrong packet. But that's okay.
I don't think so.
The packet was amended, so there's two versions of the packet. So depending on when you download it or when you look at it, it's different.
It's a revised one.
A little confusing, but
It's a Rev one.
yeah, well, I recognize the page.
Okay. Anyway, I'm on this sheet right here, page 123, and whoever said that before, I apologize. I just didn't have that memorized. So to illustrate the point, what I'd like to see happen is that there's I'm a firm believer in a reporting out style type of meeting format to some extent, because it gives an opportunity for really people to get vested in the process and understand that we are providing services as a village, and what are the services that are happening on a monthly basis. So perhaps in this format, it's not that every person listed here comes forward and provides a 3 or 4 minute update. Perhaps it's just a few of them that come to regular meetings, and some of them show up at irregular meetings. Point that I'm trying to make is when I had this added into the agenda, what I then erased out of here is the village administrator monthly report, the police chief's monthly report, because it's my assumption that up here it's recognized that information is already shared, including a written report. So Brian, I think you must have just interpreted that as, hey, DMAR wants to erase it. That's not my intent. These written reports should still remain and exist. So that's out there, anybody watching the board, etc. But as far as the other edits are concerned, or as far as just shuffling the agenda around, we've agreed to several things, right? A standard template for the agenda, as well as an agenda setting policy. And that's good because it standardizes things, but it also constrains us in certain things. I believe our agenda needs a bit of a shakeup. We need to re-envision some things here. So this was my initial stab at it. This is my initial go at, hey, what could this look like? And what would this look like? And that's it. The point that I want to also make is I believe across the board that we need to follow what we have adopted as a body here, and that's to follow Robert's Rules of Order. And at my committee level, I approve minutes per Robert's Rules of Order. And the reason that came about is at times, folks that didn't attend the previous meetings would say, well, I'm going to abstain or I'm going to vote no. And before you know it, you just have the bare minimum approving the minutes. But that's not really, if you read Robert's Rules of Order, that's not how you approve minutes. You approve minutes with the assumption that the minutes are accurate as written. And if there are amendments to be made, then those amendments need to be stated at the meeting. And any one part of the meeting can make those amendments. If they're not stated, then they pass. There's no voting on it. They're just assumed to be accurate. But you're given an opportunity to amend them. So I don't think they should be on the consent agenda. I don't think they should be a voting matter. It's you amend the minutes if you take issue with them. That's part of the process. So I just wanted to get that point across as well. Consent agenda is what it is. The rest, so on and so forth. So that's all I wanted to bring forward, and perhaps the rest of the body feels differently and you want to keep things the way they are. If that's the case, that's okay too. But I'm a big believer in reporting out. There's got to be some component of reporting out. Any questions? I'm here to answer them.
Questions? And Carol, why don't you start? I can't see Bob right now or Kate, but because of the
Yeah, I'll stop
presentation.
sharing.
I'll go after, I had my hand up. I'll go after Carol.
Okay, Carol and then Bob.
Thank you. Do you envision, Dietmar, that the, reports could be online, that they could?
Yeah,
join?
absolutely.
Yeah.
There's no need for folks to show up. And that's why I've got this. And we have $60,000 set aside in the CIP to improve our communication here and presentation.
Was that it, Carol? Bob, you're up next.
Well, yeah, I just want to say, I think this is a great idea, Dietmar, putting the reports up front. It gives the residents a chance to hear what's going on and not have to wait till the bitter end to hear it. So I think that's a good move.
Okay, any other thoughts? So are we leaning towards option B, Dietmar?
I think Shabnam should bring it up.
Sorry, I missed it, Shabnam. I had the small picture on, so sorry. Go ahead.
So I think we shouldn't be rigid with the agenda. The whole template came about because I wanted the emails for my committees to go to me so that I was not taking up staff time. If you look at the ordinances, there's 3 committees that are not subcommittees of the village: the Plan Commission, the ZBA, and the Board of Review. Those are all in Chapter 1 of the ordinances. All the other committees are in Chapter 2 because those 3 are independent bodies. So the village board cannot tell the Plan Commission what to do. It cannot tell the ZBA what to do. They are independent bodies. So we can make changes to the template, but they should get to they don't have to abide by this template. So that's one comment. My next comment is speakers are limited to 4 minutes. I think, I don't know. I think this whole sentence here has issues because when we approved this template, the section that says no discussion or action may take place at this time, you are limiting yourself legally because you can have discussion and you can actually take action if the item that you're talking about is on the agenda. I don't think we knew this when we were voting on this. And I think I would rather have it say no action may take place at this time. And I don't like trustees may ask clarifying questions only because we don't only ask clarifying questions. Sometimes we just make a comment. So why limit that? I think it should read no action may take place at this time. The part about speakers are limited to 4 minutes, I think that kind of comes out of if your chairperson is not getting there to cut people off, then the recourse is that you got to require it to be 4 minutes. I think sometimes you are locking yourself in a corner because you might have somebody that you do want to hear for 5 minutes. You might have somebody, we obviously don't want to be here all night. So how do you balance that? You could force it like this, or it's up to the person to realize there's 50 people in this room, 4 minutes each. We're not going to get through this night. So the question is, what do you do? Are you going to, do you guys see what I'm saying?
I guess if I may interrupt you, if I could.
Sure, sure.
Yes, and I agree with you that perhaps folks want to share more with the board that's important and relevant. I guess that's why I'm proposing a line item B here of written correspondence. I mean, that perhaps there's a way to share that information and truly have it be part of the board packet. And perhaps we're overcorrecting, perhaps we're doing more of what we shouldn't be doing. But at this point in time, I think it is likely more beneficial than it being negative in include, you know, if our constituents want to speak, they have that opportunity. You have to limit it to a time frame. If there's more to say that constituents want to share, then there needs to be a different outlet, and that outlet might be a written communication that gets put into the board packet. We want to hear. I mean, we need to hear from folks, and that's part of the reason why we're here, to set policy and hear from our constituents. And we need to get that feedback. So I don't want to have endless, I guess personally, I don't agree with folks going beyond a time limit, whatever time limit that is that this body sets. But there's got to be a limit. But importing with that, we have to provide a mechanism where if people want to share more, that needs to be made, that opportunity needs to be given. So those are my very simple ways of looking.
I agree.
Carol, go ahead.
Thanks. I totally agree with the limitation of speaking time. You know, we just have to have that in order to function. I wanted to inquire a little bit, maybe with Chrissy, about the written correspondence. You know, currently board members can receive written correspondence from residents, which is kind of analogous to community members speaking to the board, as in the public comment period. The piece that's missing is for the rest of the residents to hear what they are writing about. And I believe that it was in Brian's memo on the packet that this presents an open meetings problem to put the resident written comments in the packet. So I just wanted to hear about that and how we, please tell us about that.
I think the perspective that the clerks were trying to communicate was just that if you put the written comments in there and it's not a noticed agenda item, there's a good likelihood that someone's going to read those comments, start a conversation about it. Public's not going to be aware of the fact that that's going to be spoken to that evening. And we might end up violating open meetings, talking about something that's not on the agenda or speaking to things that you're, hey, this gentleman mentioned this in his correspondence, and we start talking about it, and then a conversation begins. It's not on the agenda.
You could just have a section and you could disclaimer. You could have a disclaimer before those.
That was, I mean, this was a brief, recap amongst the department head team, and that was sort of the communications I received on that.
Yeah, I guess I'm not connecting the dots. You know, if somebody is at meeting in March and they don't feel like they had their turn, and so they submit some written comments that then appear in the April packet. We are not, the board it's not on, if the topic is not on the agenda, we're not obliged to address those comments. It's just
Public record. Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess I'm not seeing the problem.
Yeah, maybe it's just, I mean, are you just saying it's the temptation, if you will, that if those comments are there, that the board might take them up when they really can't. So just submitting comments is not the violation. The violation is if it's not on the agenda and the board just morphs into a conversation about that.
And votes.
That's when you run
I
into
mean,
the
we
problem.
have that temptation all the time. So,
We do, absolutely. I'd like to ask, Dietmar, what your thoughts were with this section about the departments addressing the board. Was that, was it kind of like mandatory? What were you thinking there? I mean, would they have to, every department have to make a monthly report? And if they did, could it be in written form as opposed to oral form? I mean, what would just be
Sure.
the rules around that
Yeah,
process?
and I guess the none of this is supposed to be a trick question or a setup for anyone. I believe, I know that we provide a service. Village administration, village functions are about providing services to our constituents. So to use an example is Terry, I'm gonna pick on him. You know, maybe he comes monthly, maybe he comes bi-monthly, maybe he comes every 3 months. Hey, we're into leaf seasons. The leaf season, we're harvesting leaves for picking up leaves for the next 3 weeks. Then we're getting ready for snow plowing. We got salt in the snow shed. Plows are tuned up. Trucks are tuned up. This is what's going on. Reporting out. Chief Weitzel, you know, we are understaffed, overstaffed. We have blah, blah, blah. We have these needs. Here's what's going on. It's really a way of department heads giving an update to us and the rest of the constituents. 3 minutes, make it quick, dial in, and it does want to be verbal. Again, aside from, I think Brian, your administrator report is good in a written form because it's a very clear document. Jamie, I think my intentions were never to get rid of the police report, but just at a high level, here's what's happening, guys. See you next month. Or maybe I'll see you in 2 months from now. Or maybe we say Public Works, because it's a bigger department and police shows up every month. The other folks are less mandatory. So, something like that.
But it potentially poses the same issue of written correspondence from the residents in the sense that Captain Weitzel says, you know, here's what's going on. And then we all of a sudden start asking her questions about what she said. And all of a sudden we're on an item that was not on the agenda. So I don't know if you're just thinking about this is just one-way information.
So we used to have the chief show up at board meetings, which I know you remember, and it was a conversation. It was a reporting out and some conversation to it. Perhaps this will just be a reporting out. Here's what's happening. If you want to have a conversation with the chief offline, have it offline. Or if you want to have it call her on a different day, do that. But this is the facing part of what we do, which is provide service. So.
I saw Sheldon first and then Bob.
So I am always open to creativity and other ideas. And if they, just to clarify, it sounds like they can come. They're not required to, but they certainly can. And I do remember the days when individuals would speak 10, 20, 30, 40 minutes. So in the interest of the meeting, not, going too long, I would ask for a 3 to 5 minute time limit on this report as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And you could do it as a trial run, give it a trial run. If it works and it's meaningful and it does the job, then great. If we realize that it is taking up space on here and nobody wants to come and they really don't want to do this, then we should take it out. But clearly Dietmar sees something and is interested in pursuing it, and I would support it. I would just say, like, it's optional, right? Is it optional?
It's a judgment call. I mean, I don't mean to make this complicated, right? It's like,
give it a shot. Give it a shot.
I mean,
we'll give it a shot.
Maybe I don't want to speak for anyone, but I believe that It'd be nice to hear from the chief. I think it'd be important to hear from the chief. I think it'd be important to hear from Terry on a more routine basis. Now, if Dane or Patrick don't want to come in the winter seasons, or they don't want to come in the summer seasons, I can appreciate that too. I mean, it's just a reporting out. Here is what's going on, guys. It's not supposed to be tricky.
Sure. Okay.
Here's what's happening. And maybe they're overjoyed with coming. I have no idea, but you know, here's what we're doing. This is what we do all day. And here are the big things that are happening. 3 minutes, thumbs up.
I'm going to move to Bob in a second, but Dietmar, I agree with you. I mean, historically, department heads were present in board meetings, and there was an opportunity to just kind of turn to them and go, you know, look for an update or look for a specific comment on a project. So I think it's going to be something that is worth doing again. Bob?
Oh, well, I would just mention that I'm not sure the chief goes to any committee meeting regularly, but certainly Terry goes to Public Works every month, and he does do a report every month. Now, we could either have the chair of Public Works do that if Terry can't make it, or as you say, maybe Terry can show up, but that's, we're already doing that, so it'd be easy enough to bring it forward to the board in regards to Public Works.
Same with parks.
So Brian, do you have enough from Dietmar and from the board on this to move forward? It sounds like we're going forward with option B. We need a motion though, don't we?
Can I ask, are my line item edits acceptable?
Say that again.
My line item edit to the agenda template? Like to remove the part where it says trustees can only ask clarifying questions, like that part?
Or we need a motion, right? And it depends what the motion says.
I mean,
Carol?
been over that so many times about what people can say or not say in public comment. I am not in favor of messing with that
But we
language.
don't ask just it's not that we ask clarifying questions, so it's just false.
Well,
it's just
we
wrong.
can always aspire to be well behaved. I mean, that's what it's there for.
But so you wouldn't be able to address a question, you wouldn't be able to address a constituent because you have to ask them a question. Like, it's just like, does that make sense? It's a very small thing to change that.
It's a slippery slope, though. I mean, I remember when I first started on the board, we were much more strict about that. Clarifying questions only, that was it. And we've kind of slid towards more even discussions, even back and forth we've had lately. It is a risk of, open meetings rules to keep doing that. So I'm not in favor of changing that language.
But you guys realize that this was written by the former administrator, and it is not what the statute says. It is not what it says. The statute says no action. I mean, what it says means you cannot vote on something if it was not on the agenda. You cannot take action on something. You can actually have a discussion on an item and vote on it as long as it's on the agenda. Like Brian is shaking his head, yes. So I don't know why we would be constraining ourselves to clarifying questions. You could say clarifying comments, but comment is better than question. I'm just trying to be more exact.
Bob, I see your
It
hand
has
up.
something to do with the clerk, yeah.
I would just say I agree with Carol. I don't think we ought to mess with it. If we have public comments, we have public comments. It's comments, not discussion. And I think that's what it'll devolve to, and it'll make our meetings even longer than they already are. So I'd prefer not to mess with it.
You don't even want to change trustees can ask or make clarifying comments. You want it to be question. Such a,
Can we sleep on this? Because there might be, so, I'm gonna offer a view on this too, because I really, when I ran today's meeting, I wanted to clarify with John vaguely that his understanding are inaccurate, but I was gonna speak to it later in the agenda. But I refrained because I really wanted to adhere to the spirit of this, but I think there's that component of, again, question versus comment. Let's sleep on this, you know, if there's enough. This will come before us again, if there's truly a desire, if there's a motion to perhaps make this agenda more malleable than what it is right now. Let's work our way through it.
Do it with an eye to the new calendar year then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Dietmar, to clarify.
Only if there's support by the body. I mean, if we're gonna keep with the old agenda template, then that's okay too.
So clarifying question, Dietmar, we don't need a motion right now.
I'm sorry?
Just to clarify, we don't need a motion then right now. We can sleep on this a little bit and then revisit.
just checking.
Where I believe where it sits right now is, does the body want to pursue amending the agenda template to be more in line with this draft that's included in the board packet with my edits on it?
Hey, you know what?
Or just keep with what we had?
I think it would be too much of rocking the boat. I'm sorry, Dietmar, but that's like it's gonna change the template too much. And so maybe we should just leave it and not touch it.
Carol?
I mean, earlier on, we said, let's give it a try. I mean, I heard that a few times and I agree, let's give it a try.
Well, in the interest of just moving things along, why don't I just make a motion here and then we can see if it's seconded and where we go from it. So I'll just referring back to the packet, and this option B. So I'll make a motion to direct the administrator to provide a revised agenda template for approval at the next board meeting.
I second that.
Bob, I think you beat Carol, so we'll give you the second.
Sorry, Carol.
Yeah.
Can you read your motion again?
Motion to direct the administrator to provide us a revised agenda template for approval at the next meeting. We aren't approving an agenda, we're just directing him to take what information he gleaned from this session, this portion of the meeting, and to try to prepare an agenda template that would satisfy the majority of the board.
Okay, further discussion on the motion? Brian, that's gonna work for you?
That's fine. I'm open to hearing from individual trustees as things come up over the next couple of days or weeks. So we got time.
Okay, splendid. All right, ready to vote on the motion? All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. And that motion carries. Okay, item 8, reports of officials and committees, village.
Oh, John, you're on mute.
John, you're muted.
Yeah, I know. Is that better now?
Yeah.
Okay, so for the village president section, I just had a message to residents, just a quick statement. I just wanted to thank everyone for being here. I want to begin by saying how deeply I care about this community and how grateful I am for the trust you place in all of us who serve. Being your village president is a tremendous honor. I've always tried to approach this role with integrity, transparency, and respect for the long tradition of collaboration that makes Sherwood Hills such a special place. I also want to acknowledge that the past several months have been challenging for many in our community. The decisions before the board have been significant, and our discussions both here and in the public square have grown more intense. I recognize that this has created concerns, frustrations, and questions, and I take those concerns seriously. On matters like the logic proposal, the board worked through a detailed and collective process involving appraisals, financial analysis, and extensive public input. While we don't always agree, I know that every trustee and every resident who has spoken up has done so because they care deeply about the future of our village. That commitment is something I value immensely. At the same time, I want to acknowledge the tone that has emerged in some of our recent meetings. The rising level of vitriol, personal attacks, and hostility is not reflective of who we are. It is not healthy for our community, for our staff, or for our ability to govern effectively. We can disagree, sometimes strongly, while still treating each other with respect and assuming good intentions. I'm committed to helping us return to that standard. The board will be taking time to meet directly, in person and in good faith, to talk through concerns, listen carefully to one another, and identify ways to strengthen communication, rebuild trust, and ensure we are working together in the best interest of the village. I want you to know that I remain focused on the long-term needs of the village, the strategic plan, our facilities review, and ensuring our financial and capital planning remains strong. Continuity and stability are important as we work through these issues, especially during a time when our community is looking to us for steadiness, clarity, and solutions. I also want to say clearly, I welcome your feedback. I welcome your ideas on how I can improve as a leader and how the board as a whole can better model the values we all believe in: civility, transparency, and care for one another. We will get through this moment not by turning against each other, but by turning toward each other. That's what Sherwood Hills has always done. That's why I remain committed to as I remain committed to as your village president. Thank you again for your engagement, your honesty, and your continued dedication to our community. And that's all I had for the village president section. Brian, your information's in the packet. The chief's monthly report's in the packet, as was the treasurer's reports, committee's reports. Any additional committee comments? Shabna?
I don't have a committee report. I have my own report. You just asked for feedback. And so my feedback, my honest feedback for how you could improve is to provide the spreadsheets that we asked for weeks ago that has not been responded to. That's one. And the second thing is, why does the staff allow the president to insert information into the packet the day before the meeting? So in September, when I wanted to put an item on the agenda and I gave it to Julie on Wednesday, it's just too late, Shabnam. We haven't had a chance to vet it. But then when Kate puts in, an item on the agenda and everybody gets to read it, all of a sudden the president gets to insert his rebuttal. And I'm going to call out the unfairness. Every time that there is unfairness, we will call it out. I would really like an answer for why the president gets to insert information into the packet and all the rest of us follow the rules.
That's a fair question, Shabna. That's a fair question. And we are working with staff. Staff's been overwhelmed with the budget doing. So I know Brian and the staff have been working hard to respond to all the requests, and they're going to follow through with those. But you raise a legitimate point.
Okay. The other point I want to make is these open records requests. I have some pending. There are so many pending. And while the response is, we have other things to do, we have other priorities, we have a budget, you're trying to meet some laws, and the pile is causing people to go to the DA's office. So I don't believe at all, nobody does, that it's for a lack of time. It's for a lack of will. For weeks and weeks and weeks to pass and for nobody to handle the open records request, it's because you don't want to. And you're going to end up with a lawsuit one way or another. It is, I mean, I don't get it. I really don't get it. Like you guys, when I talk to Julie about this, they have to check every single document word by word to make sure that there's nothing in there that could possibly be, that it's relevant. Give them the records. The amount of time and energy you guys want to put into figuring out that, this is allowed is not in proportion to the amount that's coming in and what needs to get done. So open records, the CSM is not done. I still would like to figure out what the process is for a CSM. We haven't done that yet. Because it's going to come up and nobody knows the rules. There's a lot of I dislike.
This is not even on the agenda. So, I mean.
I'll wait till future agenda items. You want me to put this in a future agenda?
I mean, if it goes in future agenda items, then it's no discussion may take place, should not make lengthy statements on their request. So
I'll wait till future agenda items. Sure.
Okay, was there any more committee related comments or questions? Information to share? Item 9, future agenda items. Shabnam?
Well, is there a date for when we're having this special board meeting?
Yes.
Monday.
20, that was that blanket on the date, 20.
Monday,
24th.
at 9 a.m.
Hey, that's the first I've heard of it.
Yeah.
What about, when we say special, because we've been talking about special for facilities, right? And then there's the other special meeting, so I just want to be clear.
About Carol and my letter.
What you're talking about now is your request for a special meeting.
Which has been scheduled.
Okay, I have it as a question mark still, but you're saying it has been fixed.
A date and time have been selected. I don't think it has been publicized.
And when is that?
Monday,
the 24th.
at 9 a.m.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're on future agenda items.
I think that's it. I think the only item I want to say is we got to figure out these open records requests. It's got to we need to have a plan. We just got to move forward with this.
Mark?
The other thing I just want to make sure doesn't slip off the agenda is to discuss real possible action on the 2026 to 2030 CIP. We need to have a CIP. All we have is 1-year plan.
Yeah.
We'll expect that in the next month, but as we go through this facilities planning, one of the things that has to come out of that process is not just a plan for facilities, but a 5-year capital plan. So.
Okay, any other future agenda items?
John, I've got a couple. I have one to bring up regarding how the village board would like to begin conversations around the 100-year anniversary of the village and potentially creating a committee to lead that effort. The strategic plan, and this might be something that could be tying into some of the things that we've delayed to the December meeting, but bringing that up, it could be a part of a standing memo or agenda that was looking at being approved that Shabnam proposed, and that's going to be up for coming back now that we're through the budget season, hopefully next month, or just to have a strategic plan review of sorts on a monthly basis, just to kind of refresh everybody on the priorities related to that. And then the last one I have, I would like to add a topic in December and have potentially a few department heads come in a closed session and just speak to the state of affairs within the village employee ranks right now.
Okay. That would be great. Okay. Any other future agenda items? Good to see everyone. Hope to see you in person soon. Do we have a motion for adjournment? Thank you,
Move to
Carol.
adjourn.
Thank you, Mark. All those in favor? Have a nice evening.
Safe travels, Joe.
Thanks, Brian.
Yeah, safe travels, Sean.
Yeah, Julie and Chrissy, thank you.